Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm just going to give another 2 minutes. I see there are still people joining, and then we will be. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to just say welcome to everyone this morning in this joint meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, along with our Police Portfolio Committee, regarding several matters. It is regarding the Civilian Secretariat on Police with regards to SAPS and compliance to the Domestic Violence Act, and further briefings regarding GBV&F, violence against women and children, and of course a short briefing regarding a specific case regarding a boy that was tragically murdered recently. Before we begin, I would like to also welcome the Honourable Chairperson from the Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Honourable Liesel van der Merwe. A welcome, Chairperson. And before I then give the Honourable Chair also an opportunity to begin or to give a bit of an opening remark as well, I would like to ask that we first move to adopt the agenda as is. I first want to get input from the committees, and if there are any amendments or anything like that, please give me a shout, and then I can also give feedback. Colleagues, is there support? I want to make a suggestion that with regards, and we're going to give the relevant feedback on it, with regards to the briefing on the report around the circumstances of the tragic death of the 11-year-old Jaydenlee Meek, that there will be a brief progress report. I have also contacted Honourable James to also share, and some of it will be shared this morning too, that I'm told there are developments regarding this matter. Everyone relevant is on the platform, but I do want to ask sensitivity regarding this case because there are developments in the investigation, and I don't want us, as previously said, to be detrimental, but we will get to that now. Colleagues, can we move to adopt the agenda? Honourable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson, to you and Chairperson van der Merwe, all the SAPS on the platform, and all the viewers that are with us today. Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Can I have a second to that, please?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. We then move to adopt the agenda as is. Babalwa, do we have any specific additional apologies? I know that the Minister of Police is attending Cabinet this morning. It's very frustrating and unfortunate that Cabinet is scheduled in such a time. Again, the scheduling is challenging, but obviously the Deputy Ministers are in attendance. And I know that the National Commissioner also sent an apology because of commitments regarding gang violence specifically, and that the Deputy National Commissioner will be acting on his behalf. Babalwa, are there any additional apologies?
Good morning, Chair and members. Yes, I also received the apology from the chairwoman. She will leave the meeting early.
100%. We will give ample opportunity as well for Honourable van der Merwe to speak. Colleagues, I then want to ask that we go to the opening remarks. I just wanted to get the admin out of the way first. And I would like to hand over to Honourable Liesel van der Merwe first, the Chairperson of Women, Youth and Disabilities, to share her opening remarks with us. Chairperson, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Ian Cameron. Greetings to the Portfolio Committee on Police. Greetings to the leadership of the police and the Deputy Minister present. I am Liesel van der Merwe, as you've indicated, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm here with honourable members of our Portfolio Committee, with Dr. Leklape, with Honourable Chauke Adonis, with Honourable Spies, Honourable Kanyile, Honourable Peterson, Honourable Shabango, and if there are any other members, they will indicate, and we are also here with our support team this morning. Chairperson, we do value this engagement this morning, and as we believe that these joint Portfolio Committee meetings are important opportunities for us for enhanced oversight and robust engagement. There is no doubt that gender-based violence and femicide and crimes against our children remains a national crisis, a very violent pandemic that is tearing apart our families and our communities. And this crisis, with regards to the fact that we are not making any headway, seemingly, in the fight against gender-based violence and the protection of our children, voices are growing louder for our national crisis to be declared a national emergency. And as I said, we understand why South Africans demand greater response from all of us, because the current allocation of resources and the plans and programs seem to be yielding very little results. As a portfolio committee, we've already spent some considerable time on the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And to this end, we have been engaging stakeholders and we've been oversighting the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And we've already identified very serious gaps and in some cases a lack of will and resources to implement this plan. To this end, Chairperson, we plan to host parliamentary public hearings on the NSP in November, and we will be extending an invitation to your portfolio committee to be a part of these hearings. Pillar 3 of the NSP, namely protection, safety and justice, has got specific interventions and key activities as it pertains to the SAPS. It will thus be important this morning to hear from SAPS not only about compliance with regard to the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act, but also how they're giving effect to Pillar 3 of the National Strategic Plan, what the key challenges are, and the mitigating strategies are. Chair, we know at the front line of our fight against gender-based violence and the protection of our children are our social workers and our police officers, and they do their very best under difficult circumstances. But when protection orders are not served within the mandatory 24-hour period, because there's simply not enough police vehicles to go around, when a woman is turned away at a police station because there's not a female police officer to assist her, when cases drag on for years on end without justice being served, when there are no sign language interpreters at our police stations, then we must accept that SAPS is failing our women, youth and persons with disabilities, and that we must do more as leaders and lawmakers to protect our women, youth and persons with disabilities. The Department of Social Development has been mandated to address matters relating to the protection of our children. Notwithstanding that, our portfolio committee is cognizant of the fact that violence perpetrated against any boy or any girl, the increase of bullying at our schools, the rise of GBV&F on social media platforms, and violence against people with disabilities require a greater, sustained, and collective focus. We really do value, as I said in the introduction, the time this morning to be with all of you here this morning, and we look forward to robust engagements. And thank you again, and I'm very sorry that I would have to leave early, Chairperson, but as you know, we've got an in-person sitting in Cape Town this afternoon, which will require me to catch a flight. But our portfolio committee will stay for the engagements, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Really appreciate it, and thank you for the opening remarks. Colleagues, from my side, very brief. As we've said before, and I always emphasize this, we are duty bound as members of Parliament to hold the executive accountable for the persistent and pervasive violence that continues to afflict the country. And while much of our oversight is exercised through the examination of statistics and policy documents, as we've done several times, it's very important that we don't lose sight of the significant human impact that these crimes have on individuals, families, and communities. It's also important to note that we are not just speaking about numbers, but regarding actual individuals, actual people. Just building on today's session, the committee will consider the report also of the Commission for Gender Equality that's titled Towards a Gender-Based Violence Index for South Africa, an overview and proposed way forward in the next term. And then also the report, the specific report provides a baseline framework to track and measure South Africa's progress in addressing GBV&F. The report focuses on building an evidence-based response, highlighting systemic weaknesses and calling for accountability across sectors. As part of this, we will further deliberate on data related to GBV&F, in that it is standardized, disaggregated, and made public. Further, we will consider that SAPS, the MPA, and DSD should report regularly to Parliament with specific indicators, including case resolution rates. And I can't emphasize this enough. It's no use in us only having a segment of the actual data, but that we need more detail. We then also will look at survivor support metrics, prevention program reach, etc. And then, in line with Parliament's objectives for the 7th administration, we will evaluate the legislation on GBV&F to review the impact of the laws that are in practice. Now, back to us not just speaking about numbers. I want to highlight the recent cases that serve as extremely painful reminders. Behind every figure or number lies a life, either lost or irreparably damaged. I want to start with the 4-year-old Bukamoso Pakati that was fatally beaten in Orange Farm. 6-year-old Kayoni Pakati was stabbed outside her home. 12-year-old Anele Mkazi was found buried in a shallow grave. And we all know about the case of Olerato Mongale, as a postgraduate student that was kidnapped after a so-called date and found murdered the same day in Lombardy East in Joburg. Each of these tragedies, many rooted in domestic or intimate partner violence, highlights the ongoing and urgent need for a coordinated and effective response to gender-based violence and femicide. In today's meeting, we will assess the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act, the SAPS GBV&F Action Plan, and key child protection interventions. Our responsibility is not only to confirm the existence of these policies, but to critically examine whether they are being effectively implemented on the ground. Are the commitments made in law and policy translating into tangible support for victims, meaningful accountability for perpetrators, and the mobilization of communities to prevent further harm? These are not abstract discussions. While compliance is important, at the heart of today's meeting are issues of human dignity, protection, and the fundamental right to safety. So with all of that being said, I want to first then hand over to, or just ask whether the Deputy Minister of Police would like just 2 minutes to maybe say a brief word before we begin, and I will then hand over to the relevant persons for further presentation and discussion. Good morning, dear Matale. It's good to have you with us.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Chair.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Morning, coaches. It's a pleasure for us to really be with you this morning, Chair, and the Joint Committee to discuss issues of the gender-based violence and the issues around the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act, which will be presented by the Civilian Secretariat, and will then come in to deal with issues of what we do in the fight against domestic violence affecting also children. I must say, Chair, that we appreciate the interface that we have with you. And I think you will agree with me, Chair, that at the moment, the leadership of the South African Police, led by the Ministry, the National Commissioner, we are responding appropriately. Of course, there is more that we need to do. There are still challenges out there. If you look at the matter that you spoke to of Oratile, the police have responded in a manner that shows the capacity to respond is there. Of course, it's not something that should have happened in the first place, but this is a reflection of the nature of society that we are, and we have a responsibility as a ministry, as the portfolio committee in Parliament, to play our role in the program of conscientizing our people, contributing towards the social re-engineering that needs to take place, because our people do things that sometimes you will not comprehend, but this needs to be dealt with. Our people need to understand what needs to be done, what must not be done. Children must be socialized in a manner that when they become adults, they act complementary to their fellow citizens. We must not have kids who grow up understanding that a boy can beat up a girl and it's okay. And men think that they can respond in a violent manner to women and it's okay. We need to intensify public education in our respective communities, both as the ministry, as SAPS, but also as Parliament. Yourselves, Chair, as a portfolio committee, we need to play a role in the process of contributing towards ensuring that our people are educated about the do's and don'ts. Without belaboring on this matter, Chair, we are here with General Musigidi and the DNC to make a presentation together with the DG for Civilian Secretariat, Mr. Sibui and his team, to present on issues that you have raised, but also to briefly take the committee on board with regard to the matter that you have raised, which is still under investigation. But however, we'll just highlight to make sure that you are brought on board, Chair. We always appreciate the interface that we have with yourselves. We always look forward to this engagement. We know that sometimes it's too taxing on ourselves to be here every week. It means when we rise, we must prepare for the next presentation. And I think we'll have to find a dynamic way to come and account, but at the same time to do our work as is expected of us. We are, however, not necessarily complaining, Chair. We will always come forward and account as and when we are requested to. But I think it will be important that we become dynamic on how we deal with these issues. And as we have said, the minister had loved to be with us, and he always does, given an opportunity appear. But unfortunately, sometimes it is not possible. But however, it's a full compliment. We will be able to respond to issues you raise. Through you, Chair, I will request that we allow DG Sibui to present, because I think I heard you saying that we'll start with the Civilian Secretariat, and thereafter we'll ask General Musigidi, but you can guide us on how we can go forward. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to greet you and your co-chair and the members of the joint committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. Appreciate it. I want to ask that we possibly, and I think, sorry, DM, I also want to welcome DM Boshielo. I'm sure I saw her name as well. So welcome.
Good morning, Chair.
There we go. Good morning, DM, to you as well. Colleagues, I'm going to ask General Sabia to do the very brief update regarding the said case on the agenda. I want to just highlight one or two things. I want to ask the committee specifically that we are extremely sensitive to the matter. This is an ongoing investigation, and I'm told that there are developments, and we would like to give the relevant space for that to be done. I did make contact with the National Commissioner as well last night regarding the specific matter as well, and there is already a commitment to give detailed feedback once again as soon as more can be shared. So, General Sabia, if I may give you 5 to 10 minutes for your feedback. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson,
members of the portfolio committee, our deputy ministers, senior managers in the platform. Chair, I'm asking for permission to continue without my camera as I stepped out to present on this matter. I'm sitting in a car.
That's perfect, General. My wife says it's better for me to also do it without my camera because she says I have a face for radio. So let's allow you to do the same today.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as you have alluded already, that we're just going to give an overview, a background, and not go dwell much into the presentation. Just to give a background to say that on the 13th of May 2025, Jayden was fetched by the school transport and dropped him at school in the morning. On the very same day in the afternoon, he was dropped back at home and the security opened the gate for the child. Thereafter, later in the afternoon, the mother realized that Jayden was not back from school, and she went to the police station to report the missing child. So the team of investigators went to investigate, including the members of the VISPOL, and they searched the complex for the missing child, and they could not find the child. On the 14th of May 2025, the following day, about 6 o'clock in the morning, the child was found dead next to the steps at the same complex with injuries at the back of the head. And the police were called again, and a case of murder was opened. The paramedics were called to the crime scene, and on their arrival, the child was certified dead. The forensic pathology, they came and collected the body to the mortuary, and the detectives and LCRC and K9 were also called to the scene, and they continued with the specialized dog also to conduct investigation there. And they were also accompanied by the security industry and the CPF members who were also called to the scene to come and assist with the search. As a result, the investigation team went back to the scene together with the K9 dog, and they conducted investigation. There were several leads that found scene, and as a result, the leads are being followed as we speak. Exhibits were collected and taken to the forensic for analysis and for further verifications. So we're still busy with the investigation. We're still waiting for the crime scene photos and the post-mortem report and the forensic report, and this investigation is still continuing. That is in a nutshell what happened, Chair, without dwelling much on what we found or what we saw, what we think. That's all from my side, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Sibiya. As I said, the relevant information will be shared once it can be. I would also love to see more detail regarding this matter. I'm just sensitive to us not being detrimental to the case. We'll come back to it throughout the discussion. Before we then hand over, well, no, not before, I want to then go to Mr. Sibuye from the Secretariat to commence with the presentation from there. Mr. Sibuye, you're more than welcome. The floor is yours. I want to tell you that you have about 30 minutes for the said presentation, and then we will dive into a discussion. Mr. Sibuye.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you and your co-chair, to the honorable members of the Joint Committee, DM Matale, as well as DM Dr. Bushielo, senior management from both South African Police Service and the Civilian Secretariat for Police. Colleagues, thank you very much, Chair. We will make the presentation. Just to note, Chair, that we are required in terms of the Domestic Violence Act biannually to report to Parliament. And this is the presentation which we will be making in terms of that legislation. Without waste of time, Chair, with your permission, may I quickly hand over to Mrs. Mahlangu to to proceed with the presentation with your permission, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sibuya. Please go ahead.
Ms. Mahlangu, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair. The Honorable Chairperson for the Portfolio Committee responsible for people with disabilities and the youth, the deputy ministers on the platform, the senior management from the SAPS, the Director General, all protocol observed. My presentation will focus on a brief introduction, the stations that were visited, the prevalence of domestic violence, non-compliance by members, members as offenders of domestic violence, members as victims of domestic Violence Act implementation in a broader sense. And then we will provide a conclusion and the recommendations that we have made. As a form of introduction, we are acknowledging that the Domestic Violence Act provides protection for victims of domestic violence, and these are victims that is for people who are living together, and those who are not sharing a place of residence, but have family ties, or they are co-parenting. Now, this act, the Domestic Violence Act, places a number of obligations on the South African Police Service as well as other government departments with regard to implementation of the act. Now, when coming to the SAPS,
It would be your best bet.
May I proceed, Honorable Chair? Thank you. I was saying that there are consequences if members of the SAPS fail to implement the act as prescribed in the act itself, as well as the national instruction by the SAPS. Now, in terms of Section 23, subsection B of the amended DVA Act, all the non-compliances are supposed to be reported to the Civilian Secretariat, and then the Civilian Secretariat will make recommendations on the steps that need to be taken. We can move to the next slide. Continuing with the introduction, we are mandated as the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service to monitor and evaluate the compliance of the police to the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act. We are also, as I indicated previously, we are mandated to make recommendations if we are of the view that the Act is not being properly implemented, and also to provide the Minister as well as Parliament with regular reports. Now, in doing that, we conduct quality assessments at police stations. We have a data collection tool specifically designed for the assessments on the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act. So we use those particular tools. Honorable Chair, for the benefit of the joint committees, let me indicate that after every 5 years, we conduct an assessment of a full coverage of police stations. In research, we talk about a census where we collect data at all police stations within a specific period of time. Now, after the 5-year period, we then sample some police stations where we will then monitor those, focusing on the outcome of the data or the findings from the census. So during this reporting period, which is April to September 2024, we went to 243 police stations. So it was after the last census study that was conducted during 2023-2024 financial year. We can move to the next slide. On slide 5, we are showing the number visited. There is a breakdown in front of us in terms of provinces. We can see that the most visits were undertaken in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and the least were undertaken in the province of Mpumalanga. As I indicated that the reporting period was the first financial year after we conducted the police station census. Now, what we did during this reporting period, we went to police stations and we drafted improvement plans together with the SAPS so that we can, after identifying areas that needs improvement, now we developed those improvement plans so that we can be able to have an improved level of compliance by members and generally by the police stations. Let me also indicate that this particular report contains data, primary data that was collected by the Civilian Secretariat, as well as secondary data that we received from the SAPS. The data that we received from the SAPS, it's data that was collated from all the provinces. So it's not only focused on the 243 police stations that the Secretariat visited. We can move to the next slide. On slide 6, we can see the prevalence of domestic violence. We look at the prevalence in terms of the incidents of domestic violence that were recorded, as well as the number of cases that were opened from the incidents that were reported. So in instances where an incident is reported and the victim indicates that they would like a case to be opened, where now the facts clearly show that there was a criminal law offense that was committed. That is when a case is opened. Now, during the reporting period, a total of 17,374 incidents were reported at all the 243 police stations, with 9,750 criminal cases opened. Most of the cases were opened in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and most of the incidents were recorded in Gauteng. We can move to the next slide. Honorable Chairperson, on slide 7, we're now looking at the non-compliance by members. Here we are looking at the various non-compliances. As I indicated, that where a non-compliance is identified, there should be disciplinary action taken, or an application for exemption must be forwarded to the Civilian Secretariat. Now, station commanders are expected to institute disciplinary action. It's not something that they have a choice in, but in terms of law, that those disciplinary actions must be taken. Now, when we talk of non-compliance, we are looking at firstly administrative non-compliance, where members of the SAPS fail to fulfill administrative obligations that are set out in both the Domestic Violence Act as well as the National Instruction for Domestic Violence. Maybe for the benefit of the joint sitting, let me indicate that when a member of the public goes to the police station, firstly, they need to be given that privacy in terms of the service that will be that is offered. A member of the public or the victim needs to be served in the language that they understand and they prefer. They also need to be during the interview. The member needs to now outline or inform the victim of the remedies that are available, and that is when the victim will be able to say that I would like to open to apply for a protection order, for instance, or I would also like to open a case, or in certain instances you find that the victim is hurt, there was physical violence. The police officer who's assisting must also now ensure that the victim is referred for medical attention. And now, if, for example, there are also issues about the safety of the victim, the police officer must also ensure that the victim is accompanied to collect personal belongings. Now, if these are not done, Chairperson, we then talk about operational non-compliance. So we look at, firstly, the administrative non-compliance, which deals with administrative obligations. And then we also look at operational non-compliance. We can move to the next slide. Honorable Chair, on slide 8, we have a non-compliance that was reported based on the SAPS records. For the reporting period, there were 60 incidents of non-compliance that were reported. Most of these incidents fall under administrative non-compliance, with 43 that were reported. And we have the remaining 17 being under falling under operational non-compliance. Honorable Chair, we can see that we have under operational non-compliance the highest number under the category of failure to serve a protection order within the prescribed time, and I will talk about this later in the presentation. And under administrative non-compliance, most of the transgression was with regard to the failure to complete the 508A and the 508B. We are also saying that the challenges with regard to administrative non-compliance can lead to an increase in the challenges on operational non-compliance. We can move to the next slide. On slide 9, we have the departmental steps that were taken, as well as the outcomes based on the SAPS records. For the 60 reported incidents, we can see that most of those incidents were regarded as serious, and during the compilation of this particular report, these incidents were still under departmental investigation, and hence we do not have an outcome of those. And that those were followed by the 16 incidents wherein remedial steps were taken. And members were thus corrected, taken through remedial steps, and them now being made to understand through capacity building sessions in terms of what is expected of them. Honorable Chair, we are saying that we are observing that there is an improvement with regard to the management of non-compliance by the SAPS management, especially at police station level, where we are seeing that there is an improvement in terms of station commanders taking action or instituting disciplinary processes against members who were found to be non-compliant. We are making an example of a period of October 2016 to March 2017, where we had a challenge of only 70 disciplinary actions taken against the 103 non-compliances that were recorded. However, we can see that during the current reporting period, disciplinary action was taken for all the 60 on all the 60 cases. We can move to the next slide. On slide 10, we have non-compliance reports that were based on the station visits at the 243 police stations. We identified 14 members that were that failed to comply with the prescripts at 7 police stations, and these were at four provinces where Western Cape had more members, and there were steps that were taken, although not for all the members that were identified. We can move to slide 11. On slide 11, we are now looking at the members of the SAPS who were reported as offenders of domestic violence according to SAPS records. We found that there were 237 that were reported, the members, and this is across all police stations in the country. It's not only limited to the 243 police stations. And for the 237 members, 107 firearms were seized from those members. The members, the 135 members from whom the firearms were not seized did not have any state firearms issued to them on their inventory, which is the 108. And it is also encouraging, Honorable Chair, to see that besides the state firearms that were taken from the members, there were 5 private firearms that were taken from the members. We can move to the next slide. Chairperson, on slide 12, we have members of domestic members who are reported as offenders of domestic violence according to the station visits. So this is only limited to the 243 police stations that were visited by the Civilian Secretariat. And on the slide, we can see that we found 20 members that were reported as offenders at 13 police stations. We can see the names of the police stations on the slide. We can also see that most of the members were reported in Free State from the 4 police stations. Now, for each and every firearm that is seized from a perpetrator of domestic violence, there should be a Section 102 inquiry that is conducted to determine the suitability or the fitness of the member to carry a firearm. However, from the 10 firearms that were seized from the 20 members, only 6 Section 102 inquiries were conducted. So the inquiries were not conducted for the other 4 firearms, and this has been brought to the attention of the SAPS, and we have had discussions on this to ensure that there is compliance with regard to this particular provision of the legislation. The other 10 members who were reported as offenders did not have private or official firearms issued to them. We can move to the next slide. On slide 12, we have members as victims of domestic violence. Here we can see a breakdown per province of the 106 members that were reported as victims of domestic violence, according to the SAPS records, we can see that most of the victims were reported in Free State, followed by the Western Cape province. And the SAPS indicated that psychosocial support was provided to all the victims. We can move to see members as victims of domestic violence, according to the SAPS station visits. We found 8 members who were reported as victims from 7 police stations out of the 243 that we visited. Now, the 7 police stations are across 4 police stations as indicated there. And as with the members who are victims according to the SAPS records, even what we have found, we indeed found records that these members were referred for psychosocial support. As we move to slide 15, we're now looking at the broader implementation of the Domestic Violence Act. Firstly, we looked at the inspections that are prescribed in terms of the National Instruction on Domestic Violence. The National Instruction prescribes that there should be 2 levels of inspection. The first level is by the relief commanders, and the second level of inspection is by the visible commanders or the station commander. We found that the second level of inspection is the one that is mostly undertaken at most of the police stations as compared to the first level of inspection. And we have found that at 24 police stations, there are other levels of inspection. For example, where in instances where the provincial office goes to the station, they would also do inspections on the registers, even assurances from your bodies like internal audit. So those are the extra inspections that we found. Chairperson, let me also indicate that we found that there are, as much as there is higher level of compliance in terms of inspections, however, we still find that there are some mistakes in the registers, meaning that now these inspections are just done for the sake of compliance, and this has also been discussed with the SAPS through the compliance forum. We can move to slide 16. On slide 16, here we are now looking at the serving of protection orders. Chairperson, on slide 16, the first graph, the one on the left-hand side, shows the total number of protection orders received. We can see that KZN received most of the protection orders, which is in line with the highest number of police stations that we visited. So it is not one cannot say that there isn't any one can say the data is not skewed in any way. On the graph that is on the right-hand side, we can see that it refers to the frequency of the serving of protection orders. All protection orders, interim protection orders, are supposed to be served within 24 hours because they only become operational at the point when they are served to the respondent. Now, we found that not all protection orders are served within the 24-hour period. It's only done at the 152 visited police stations. And the reasons are that there are instances where the respondents change their address and they cannot be found on the recorded address. And there are also incidents or instances where in the clerks of the court, when they record details, those are not accurate, and now it makes the police to do some research to understand what happened, what is the correct information and the like before those can be served. But we also find that the shortage of vehicles is another contributing factor. We can move to slide 17. On slide 17, we have implementation of Domestic Violence Act, focusing on the availability of private interviewing space. Honorable Chair, all police stations that were visited have a private interviewing space. They interview victims in a private space. However, we do not all police stations have a victim-friendly room. It's only 210 of the visited police stations with a victim-friendly room. However, 20 use an office which is specifically designated for private interviewing, and the 9 are using cubicles to interview the victims, and 4 of the stations use a space that it's private, as and when it is needed, when there is a victim. But the bottom line is that all victims are interviewed in a private space. We can move to slide 18. On slide 18, we look at the availability of female members. We found that only 8 of the police stations, visited police stations, do not have a female member in each and every shift. And this has also been discussed with the SAPS, and it will be corrected with the intake of new recruits, those that will be now passing out at the various training academies. We can move to slide 19. On slide 19, Honorable Chair, we can see that most of the police stations indicated that they do not have access to sign language interpretation, as it is a service that is outside the SAPS. However, there are means that are put in place as and when there is a victim that needs to be assisted, that would need sign language interpretation. And in some instances, members of the victim, or most instances, the victim's family members would then be brought into the picture to be able to assist, and that really assists the SAPS to provide the service that is needed. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we are seeing an improvement in the management of non-compliance by members on disciplinary proceedings that were instituted. And we are saying that we can see that the SAPS is making efforts to take the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act seriously. And as much as we are seeing that improvement, there are still gaps in the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act at police station level, and that is shown by the high number of administrative non-compliances and the increasing number of operational non-compliances. But as I have indicated, as I was presenting, Honorable Chair, these have been discussed with the SAPS through the compliance forum, and SAPS is busy putting measures in place to be able to correct such. Now, we have made a few recommendations for implementation. Firstly, we recommend that SAPS needs to ensure that Section 1 and 2 inquiries are conducted for all firearms that have been seized, and that reporting is done accordingly. Secondly, we recommending that continuous capacity building sessions to members at police stations should be held, and also capacity building sessions for managers, which is now the relief commanders, the visible policing commanders, as well as station commanders on their role on the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act and in the national instruction. The fourth recommendation is that SAPS should continuously empower members on the interpretation of sign language so that we can be able to bridge the gap that is at police station level. And the last recommendation that we have made is for SAPS to intensify measures to deter members from being offenders of domestic violence. That is my presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Chair. That's our presentation. But Chair, I must just to make a small addition that based on the census report, there was an observation of cases that were closed undetected and so forth. To counter that, Chair, or to get a proper understanding why those cases have been closed undetected, we have started a project that is led by ourselves nationally, but coordinated at national level, implemented in all provinces, which we called an analysis of closed and undetected cases. So we will be putting a report once that project is completed. But at a national level, Chair, we have established through the implementation of integrated violence and crime prevention strategy, a national working committee which comprises of all departments so that we can bridge the gap in relation to opening of cases and the prosecution of those particular cases related to domestic violence. That National Working Committee is a committee that is chaired by Civilian Secretariat on behalf of the CSPS cluster, and it's got all the department represented in it as part of the integrated justice and crime prevention mechanism. Thank you, Chair. Those are the two additions, but that's our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibuya and the team from the Secretariat for the detailed presentation. I'm immediately going to hand over to Lieutenant General Musikile for the presentation from SAPS for us to then go into a deeper discussion. General Musikile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me see if my video is on, Chair, just to make sure that you are not talking to the robot. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given, as always, to the department to come and account on matters that relates to the police responsibility. Chairperson, we are going to take you through the presentation that is being prepared in respect of the implementation of what was highlighted earlier as the responsibility in terms of the NSP of the SAPS to respond to the issues of gender-based violence. When I call upon the person that is going to do the presentation, Chairperson, who is Major General Matonzi, let me take this opportunity to also greet you and the Chairperson from the Portfolio Committee on from Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, to also greet both honorable members of both committees, the Minister, if it's in attendance, Deputy Ministers of Police that I have taken note, and the DG from CSP, Ndati Sibui, and all my colleagues. Chair, if you allow, let me allow General Matonzi to take us through the presentation, and we will then respond to your questions afterwards. Thank you very much, Chairperson. General Matonzi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I can just show my face and then I will switch it off. Let me firstly extend the greetings to the Honorable Chairs, Mr. Cameron and the Honorable Van der Merwe, the members of the joint committees, our DMs, Mr. Matala and Dr. Boshielo, the DNC 11 General Mosikiri and General Sibia, and all other senior officers present, the DG Sibui and the team, all other senior officials, all protocols observed. Honorable Chair, I will be taking you through the GBV action plan. In other words, all the measures that we are undertaking as SAPS to combat GBV, as well as the protection of children. The content for my presentation, Honorable Chair, will be the quick background. We will then talk about the gender-based violence, the action plan for the department. We'll then also brief the committee in terms of the performance on critical areas that we focused on. And then lastly, we'll cover the last part around the child protection program. Chairperson, following the approval of the NSP on GBV&F, we as a department then developed a GBV action plan. That GBV action plan is aligned to the National Strategic Plan on GBV&F, and it covers these 6 focus areas. The first area is around the regulatory framework, which means in our case, looking at the standard operating SOPs, the national instructions and all the guidelines that we have, as well as the legislation. The focus area number 2 that we prioritize is around the development and training, which is basically addressing the empowerment of our members in dealing with GBV. And thirdly is accountability and coordination and leadership. This is basically focusing on the governance structures, our reporting mechanism to various structures, as well as our participation in other committees. As you will appreciate, Honorable Chair, that the issue of GBV cuts across many departments, and therefore we are working with other departments or participating in other meetings led by other departments to respond to GBV. Focus number 4 is focusing on the prevention of GBV and sexual offenses. Focus number 5 is about response, including investigation and support. That's where we talk about the investigation and our detection rate, where we monitor the crime state in terms of the cases reported. And then last, number 6 is about research on gender-based violence. This is where we also look at what information is available to inform our planning going forward. The first part, Honorable Chairperson, is to brief the committee on the issue of the governance. As I've indicated that after the NSP was approved, we then set up structures internally to make sure that there is proper accountability. The first structure that we established was the steering committee. This is a national structure that oversees that we are driving all the GBV matters in a coherent way at a higher level, and it's chaired by 2 divisional commissioners. Divisional commissioner from visible policing, because all the cases start by being reported at the station in the front line, as well as the divisional commissioner from detective services and forensic, because part of the GBV cases are also investigated by the detectives. These committees, or this committee, it includes the divisional commissioners, meaning various environments internally, the provincial commissioners, as well as the relevant component heads. But we also have a structure, Honorable Chair, which we call it interdivisional forum, which is basically operationalized the decisions and the directives of the steering committee. So we do feel that we have appropriate structures to coordinate the implementation of the Act, ensuring that all the GBV matters are prioritized. If I go to slide number 5, now I'm going to delve into the action plan that I've spoken about. When the NSP on GBV was approved, at the time, we developed an action plan, but we have now revised and developed a new action plan as from the 15th of January. We are now executing that plan. The reason why we had to revise the plan is because there were changes in the last 2 years. There were new acts that were revised around sexual offenses and domestic violence. So we had to update certain things and make those changes to make sure that our plans remains relevant. I just want to stress that on bullet 2 that our plan is fully aligned with the NSP on GBV, National Strategic Plan. It's fully aligned to that. The term for our plan will run over a period of 5 years. It's already in operation, but we'll review it annually between February and March to ensure that the priorities are still relevant. So this will depend on whether there are new challenges that we are experiencing operationally or whether there are changes in terms of legislation. But for now, we have this plan as a guide or as a framework for us in terms of our compliance with GBV. If I move to slide number 7, this is a slide that Honorable Chair highlights the key focus areas for our plan as a department. Firstly, our first focus is around GBV regulatory framework. These are directives, national instructions, and all the relevant internal policies that have to be followed. The second one is the capability of SAPS members. Here we're talking about the issues of training and resourcing the stations and the detectives in terms of in order to make sure that they respond better to GBV issues. Third is the issue of assurance, which covers issues of compliance, where we check that the stations are complying with the Act, in particular Domestic Violence Act and other internal prescripts. The fourth one, the focus area, is to ensure that there are proper functional governance structures at all levels to make sure that performance is monitored and the reporting is done appropriately to the relevant authorities. Focus number 5 is around the investigation of crimes against women and children. I will touch on these focus areas one by one. And focus number 6 is around the data collection and analysis of GBV, sexual offenses and domestic violence, which is covered in terms of the reports that are released quarterly. It also covers the stats of crimes against women and children to highlight our focus in terms of the work that we are doing. Focus number 7 is around victim-friendly facilities and services. I will also unpack this in the next slides. Focus number 8 is around the first response to cases of GBV. The reason why this is important, especially focus area, is that in the past we received complaints around the front line in terms of how the victims are received and treated at that level. So we also identify that as a focus area to address. Focus area number 9 is around the management of complaints or handling of complaints relating to GBV cases. We set ourselves a target in terms of how quickly should we address and finalize each complaint that is received. Then focus area number 10 is around the coordination of integrated information system to monitor. On this particular one, it's about how we coordinate the information and how we report. We are required to report to the presidency on monthly basis on this kind of information, but we are also working with justice, which I will cover in other slides as far as these matters are concerned. And lastly, around providing of the evidence-based research. This is where we also focus on tapping on the information that is coming from other platforms to utilize it to strengthen our planning going forward. So these are the 11 focus areas in terms of our plan. I will now take them one by one. The first focus area was around the issues of regulatory framework. We have a revised domestic violence national instruction. National instructions for us are basically standard operating procedures, which basically provide guidelines to the operational members in terms of what to do, A to Z process. That's basically what it refers to. We revised it for simple reason that the Domestic Violence Act was revised, as you are aware, in other offenses. We also revised sexual offenses national instructions to make sure that the guidelines remain relevant. The focus area number 2 is around the capability of SAPS members, where we address 2 issues, is the training and resourcing. The first part around the training is that during this reporting period from April to December, we trained 8,069 members, and they were all declared competent on the proactive training. This training will then cover the issues of making sure that they understand the legislation as well, but also understanding how to deal with sensitive cases. The second training was around reactive training. We trained 19,263, and they were all declared competent. In terms of resourcing, as you are aware, Honorable Chairs, that we have our specialized unit, Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences, so-called FCS, that we've also prioritized the resourcing of that capacity, of that environment. We allocated 46 members, additional members, during the process, which means that the total strength in financial year 23-2024 was 2,389. And the last financial year, 2024-2025, is 2,553 nationally. That's an increase of 164 members to date. And we also continue to allocate additional resources from the new students that we'll be getting. Then, Chairperson, I move to slide number 10. Focus area number 3, the issues of providing assurance. This is basically to ensure that there is compliance. For Q4, we conducted by Division Visible Policing, we had 26 compliance assessments where we randomly choose the stations, or in some cases, we take the station with high crime, we go and check whether the compliance is, whether there is proper compliance in those stations. Also, our division inspectorate, they also inspected 52 stations, and internal audit conducted 2. That gave us a total of 80 compliance assessments. In terms of focus area number 4, which is around the governance structures, and these structures, we believe, Honorable Chair, that they're important because we're trying to create accountability at all different levels. So we have a steering committee, as I've indicated, at a national level. We also have interdivisional forum, which then will look at all the issues across divisions, from detective, visible policing, the supply chain in terms of facilities, the forensic in terms of the DNA and issues that were raised before. So that's an internal structure that makes sure that things are done. But there is also, as Ms. Mahlangu mentioned, there is also a compliance forum, which is at national as well as provincial, which also which is basically include the Civilian Secretariat, where the report is also discussed and actioned. We're also participating in Intersectoral Committee on Domestic Violence and Femicide, and that committee is led by Department of Justice. We also participate in the National Intersectoral Committee on Trafficking in Persons, which is also convened by Department of Justice, because there is a link between the sexual offenses and trafficking in persons. So we also participate in that committee. We also participate in the Victim Empowerment Management Forum, which is led by DSD. So these are the structures that make sure that, firstly, we're able to contribute to other platforms, but we are also coordinating our performance internally as SAPS. I go to slide number 11. Focus area number 5, investigation of crimes against women and children. During the reporting period, Honorable Chair, for detection rate in terms of women 18 years and above, we achieved 69.84% versus a target of 68. For children below 18 years, we achieved a target of 63.32 versus a target of 61.99. If we move to the focus area number 6, which is data collection and analysis, the data on GBV, including sexual offenses and crimes against women and children, they are analyzed quarterly by the registrar and published quarterly with other crimes. Sure, Honorable Chair would have seen that when the report is released by the ministry, this data is highlighted in terms of the process, because we are zooming in to make sure that we analyze whether there is any impact in terms of our interventions. The analysis also includes the place of occurrence, the causative factors, as well as the relationship status. This is information that assists our members on the ground in terms of their operational plan, in terms of understanding when the crime is happening and where it's happening, and as well as what is causing it or contributing factors. I move to slide number 12, which is focus area number 7, which talks about victim-friendly facilities as well as services. So for now, this is a slide that is showing us the breakdown per province of the number of facilities in all provinces. If we can see there that we have stations with the victim-friendly rooms is 1,070, and the stations without the total is 90. Last year, Honorable Chairperson, last financial year, we completed 18 of victim-friendly facilities, different stations. The current financial year, the plan is to finalize 7. I must indicate at this point, Honorable Chair, that as well, we are also engaging with other stakeholders who have come forward, want to assist us to fast-track the process in terms of the victim-friendly rooms. Of course, we have to go through other processes before we reach a stage where we can accept them, which is a requirement. But we are engaging them to see how we can fast-track the process in terms of getting that 95 address. But also, I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that in some cases, even if the resources are there to build or allocate a victim-friendly room, sometimes the land or the space may not allow to do that. So we're doing all that work to analyze what is possible and what are the quick wins that we can take advantage of. We go to slide number 13, still on focus area number 7, the victim-friendly services. Honorable Chair, if I can explain the issue of 3 out of 3, is that these are the 3, this is the criteria that we use. We look for these 3 variables, if you like, when we check the station whether they are able to provide proper victim-friendly service. First, we look at whether they have all the relevant instructions, which will include legislation, SOPs, etc. Secondly, we look at whether the station have trained members on the GBV-related learning programs. There are specific programs. One of them is domestic violence, the sexual offenses, victim empowerment, and child protection. Of course, there are other programs such as human rights, as well as the resolving of crime, which is done by the detective. So we look at whether, if we are assessing the station, whether they are able to provide service, we look at whether are the members trained, at least in one of those programs. And lastly, we look at the availability of victim-friendly rooms. As we've indicated in the previous slides, that some of the stations may not necessarily have a dedicated victim-friendly room, but they will still have a space that is set aside, an office specifically, which will be utilized for the interview of the victim. So all the stations are in compliance in terms of that criteria. If I move to slide number 14, Honorable Chair, focus area number 8, which is basically first response to cases. Again, this also talks to the training in terms of the learning program. The first responders to sexual offenses, which is a learning program, we trained 1,509. This is only for that reporting period. Maybe I must stress at this point, Honorable Chair, that these numbers only refer to the period that we are reporting on, but the members who went through the basic training are already getting training in terms of domestic violence and victim empowerment during their basic training at the college. Secondly, there were also members, first responders to crime scene. We trained 855. Then we moved to focus area number 9, management of complaints. We set ourselves a target of finalizing all cases within 14 days. We received across all provinces 223 complaints. These are service complaints where people feel that they were not treated well or they were not given feedback, etc., etc. We finalized 175, which is 78.5% within our set target of 14 days. We move to slide number 15, focus area number 10, participation in the development and coordination of the information system. As SAPS, we are participating in intersectoral committee meeting on domestic violence and femicide, as I've indicated before, which is led by Department of Justice. We also report monthly to the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disability as required, as well as other departments are also doing the same. So we account in terms of that appropriately as required. Focus area number 11, which is the last one in terms of utilizing the evidence-based research. As I said, our participation in different committees, it enables us to access different information. We participate in committees led by DSD, committees led by Justice. Then we are able to utilize that information to enrich our plan going forward. We move to slide number 16. The resourcing of GBV and sexual offenses. This is basically other general issues that we also address to support the combating of GBV. Currently, there is engagement underway, Honorable Chair, between the SAPS and Public Works regarding the KZN Forensic Science Laboratory. And this is important. It also contributes towards us as SAPS combating GBV to make sure that our laboratories are fully functional. They are able to process evidence as quickly as possible. So that process is underway. Secondly, Honorable Chair, we also want to highlight that all the stations have the evidence collection kit. We felt it was necessary that we highlight this issue as well, because there were concerns before that other stations were found not to have the evidence collection kit. We also introduced a system whereby on a weekly basis, we check all the provinces to make sure that they have enough stock at their disposal. And lastly, on this slide, we also established the GBV desk at all police stations. And we also have the trained GBV coordinators who are able to support the victims, but also ensuring that a proper process is followed when a victim comes to the police station. If I go to slide 7, this talks about GBV related raising awareness. This is basically to address the issues of sensitizing the community and also making them aware as to where to report and how to report and what they need to report. We're 200 during Q4, we did 200 of those campaigns. The interventions to address GBV will obviously include the awareness campaigns at high crime areas. We normally prioritize those areas that we are receiving higher crime in terms of the numbers. We also have, as a department, ministerial dialogues and imbizos, where also these issues of GBV are always highlighted by the ministry. We also have awareness campaigns which are led by FCS, our specialized unit. During the reporting period, October to March, they conducted 1,029. They basically, because of their experience or practical experience in terms of investigating cases, it is important that for them as well, they go to the community and highlight issues as well as how they can protect children, etc. But they also market FCS to inform people about the work that they are doing, as well as providing online safety tips. We also conduct compliance assessment at stations, focusing on the issues of our SOP, standard operating procedures, to make sure that is compliance. Obviously, we are not inspecting all the 1,165 police stations. We will prioritize which stations that we will check during each and every year. We've also involved CPFs in oversight and community education to sensitize the community at a local level. Our community police forums are also on board in terms of that. And also training of members on GBV related programs and the provision of resources. That is also an ongoing process. If we move to slide number 18, in terms of monitoring, we've implemented the GBV action plan as I've indicated, which is monitored by the steering committee at a national level. We are also utilizing this plan as our implementation framework to make sure that we are implementing or operationalizing the NSP on GBV. Basically, this action plan is our tool, is our implementation plan for the strategy that is coming from the president. We also submit, as I've indicated before, our monthly reports to the relevant offices as required. If I move to the children, slide number 20. Firstly, as far as the issues of children are concerned, there are children's programs we as SAPS, we support children protection programs at identified station areas in each province. So the station areas will be identified as well based on the number of crimes that are committed there. In particular, we normally utilize the assault GBH to assess which stations appears to have bigger problems. Then we will then zoom in terms of those stations working with other stakeholders. The objectives of the child protection programs is to respond to crimes committed by children against children. Secondly, is to protect children who are vulnerable to crime. In this particular one, we working with other relevant stakeholders and also participating in various committees. But also the purpose of the program is to strengthen partnership with all the relevant stakeholders and the committee members, but also to create a platform to find solutions. I think one thing that is important to also to indicate, Honorable Chair, is that when it comes to child protection, it cuts across many environments. So as SAPS, we are contributing in a small part, but there are other departments who are playing more role in terms of that. And the reason why it's important for us to also participate in this kind of programs it's because if children are vulnerable to crime, like for instance, the street children, they will then either be vulnerable to crime or as victims, or they can also become criminals themselves. If we move to slide number 21, in terms of the implementation, a child protection program is an integrated program, which is basically intended to provide a platform for all the stakeholders to jointly focus on protecting the children. The establishment and the maintenance of child and basically what it entails, this program, it's establishment of the child protection committees at station areas that are jointly identified with other stakeholders. Also identification of factors that place children at risk. So SAPS will participate in that committee, ensuring that vulnerable children are also handed over. So basically the program, it's an integrated one with all the different stakeholders identifying risk jointly and agreeing in terms of how the action plan will flow. So the activities, in short, will be then identifying the roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders and checking who the screening of role players, which basically mean looking at who are the relevant role players in that particular area, and then development of the local action plan. In other words, it would be a plan that focusing on that area. If, for instance, a station area does not have street children, then obviously the plan will not focus on that. It will focus on the vulnerability of those children that are found in that particular area. And then identify joint commitment of resources for the project. So once the risks have been identified, the plan will be developed, and then the team or the stakeholders will then jointly agree in terms of what are the interventions and what are the resources that are required, and then the plan will then be implemented. Slide 22, the child protection committees, they comprise of SAPS, Social Development, Health, Department of Basic Education, Community Police Forum, faith-based organization, and other community-based structures. These multi-stakeholder committees are established at station areas, and SAPS participate fully in these committees. There are 24 child protection committees that have been established to date since financial year 21-22. What we expect through this program, together with other stakeholders, is to build some resilience among children. In other words, to make sure that children are able to avoid, through empowerment, to avoid the situation where they get involved in crime. So that's basically this is a more prevention part more than the response part. If we move to slide number 23, which is a continuation of the previous slide, we have implemented this at 40 identified police stations, but not all of them has fully established the committees. Those that have established the committees are a total of 24. So that is a breakdown per each province of what stations we focus on, which stations is still in the process of formalizing the committee. And again, this also depends on all other stakeholders that are involved, because SAPS, we are participant in the process, but we also contribute in term from the policing perspective. We move to slide number 24, Honorable Chair. This is the prioritized station areas, not necessarily stations, but station areas for 25-26. This is based on the number of cases involving children. Gauteng, Kagiso, Free State, Kopanong, Northern Cape, Khalishiwe, Eastern Cape, Lady Frere, KwaZulu-Natal, Places Laye, Northwest, Hukudi and Limpopo, Bolobedu, and Western Cape, Cornville, and Oudtshoorn, and Mpumalanga, Emzinon. So those are the stations that we'll be focusing on for the current financial year. The next slide, Chairperson, also relating to children, we also have what we call school safety program, which emanates from the protocol or agreement that we have with basic education. We've had this protocol since 2011. We are now in the process to we finalize the new one. The focus areas as part of this program is bullying, the gender-based violence, gangsterism, alcohol and substance abuse, teacher-learner safety, the early violence prevention program, sexual offenses and pornography, homophobic attacks, cyberbullying, xenophobic attacks, and all other harmful religious practices and possession of dangerous weapons at school. So when we raise awareness together with basic education, these are the areas that we focus on when we are talking to the children, particularly at school. In terms of the numbers, the last financial year, we did 250 schools, and the current financial year, we are targeting 234. Again, we utilize the same criteria. We look at those areas where the crime is higher, that involve children, then we'll focus in those areas. In other words, we look at the areas where the risk is high, and then we'll zoom in terms of empowering the children. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, gender-based violence still remains one of our priorities. We'll also continue to participate in various multidisciplinary committees in line with the whole of government and whole of society approach. We strongly believe that, and we support the initiatives that are done by other departments. We'll also continue to empower and capacitate our members. Like recently, we just finished to conduct capacity buildings to empower members with the changes in terms of legislation. So we continue with that process to empower our members. But we are also very much committed to children protection through the participation in various structures. Honorable Chair, as I finish, I just wanted maybe to comment on one point on the issue of the sign language, which I think was raised earlier on by the Honorable Chair, that it is true that there is no dedicated interpreter that is allocated at the police station. However, we have an agreement with DEFSA, which basically they support us free of charge, where when we need interpreter, we are able to call them and to assist us at any given time. But we're also in the process to finalize some kind of formal contracts per province to have extra interpreters. We also do have trained members in terms of sign language, but they are spread across the country. They may not be each and every station, but it's a matter that we will work on to find a permanent solution. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you so much, General, for the detailed presentation. Colleagues, I just quickly want to say we did receive an apology from Honorable Skosana as well. He's joining a little bit later, and so to Honorable Shongwe. I see Honorable Skosana is there. I see him moving, but I don't hear him. Honorable Skosana, you're welcome. Colleagues, again, General, thank you for the presentation. We will now open the floor for a discussion. I want to, Honorable Schickling, that's very quick. I would like to ask that we, okay, let's get the show of hands first. We do have enough time while everyone's putting up their hands. So I'm going to give each member 5 minutes, and please stick to 3 questions. We will go into another round depending on time, but I want to make sure, once again, as always, that we get to everyone's questions, that we get all the relevant answers. Let me just go through the list. I've noted Honourable Schikkeling. I've noted Honourable Kola Barnard. I've noted Honourable Spies, Honourable Ghana, Honourable Mtetwa, Honourable Reverend Meshwe, Honourable Kanyile, Honourable Matthys, Honourable James, Honourable Muela, and Honourable Toteti. Okay, there we go. If something does come up and you want to raise your hand, just do so. If I for some reason miss it, please just remind me. Honourable Schikkeling, I will run the timer. Actually, I would like to ask Nicolette to do so. If possible, Nicolette, we'll run the timer. 5 minutes, 3 questions. Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have a few more than 3 questions, so I will push through and try. Chair, thank you very much for the presentation. However, I really feel that these presentations that we saw today are pie in the sky dreams. I really wish that everyone on this platform could say that we're winning the war against GBV, but there's not a single person here today that can say that and that can affirm that we're winning it, because we're not, Chair. And I think as a committee, we're very passionate about domestic violence and GBV, and I don't think that enough is being done. We have so many action plans, Chair, and we keep hearing about these action plans, but there is no action. On the 17th of March, I received a letter from the Office of the President when I inquired about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the committee. That still hasn't been established, Chair, and that was promulgated in May 2024, where more than a year later, nothing has been done. Chair, we're not asking the SAPS to go above and beyond. We're actually just asking them to do their jobs, because cases of domestic violence and GBV are reported by victims and they do not get the necessary assistance. It was highlighted now by the Civilian Secretariat. Protection orders take forever to be served and the cases don't get to court, and it makes it very difficult then for the court to carry on with those cases, Chair. And I think that is grossly unfair towards the victim. I mean, many victims of domestic violence and GBV are afraid to report their cases because most times their perpetrators are well known to the community, they have a standing in the community, and the SAPS doesn't want to go and arrest them, Chair. It's the same with the drug lords. We know that it is happening. I am aware of a 17-year-old girl that has been sexually assaulted since the age of 10. The police are not arresting her perpetrator because of his standing in the community. Chair, why has the Civilian Secretariat not received a single application for exemption in terms of domestic violence compliance, despite persistent failures in operational duties like delayed service of protection orders and missed supervisory inspections, Chair? What disciplinary outcomes have followed the 1,067 undetected and 116 unfounded GBV-related cases, particularly in high-incidence provinces? Chair, I looked at the graphs that were presented to us about the performance of the GBV action plan and the victim-friendly rooms. And I understand what the SAPS is telling us about the amount of victim-friendly rooms, and then they're compliant in 100%. That's not correct, Chair, and I really think that this graph must be changed, because if you in one graph tell us that you've got 95 stations without victim-friendly rooms, you can surely not in the very next slide tell us that you are 100% compliant, because you might have a room somewhere or a desk somewhere where somebody can go and they can report an incident of GBV or domestic violence. But I promise you it is not suitable. It's not conducive for the fact that they're coming there to report such a heinous crime. And I think the police must look at those slides, because it doesn't add up to me at all. And Chair, I really am very concerned about those child protection committees. A few weeks ago, we were in Manenberg. There's literally hundreds of children walking around the streets at night. We know that this is high crime, gang-related area. The committee knows this. Everybody knows it. There's no committee in Guguletu, Mitchell's Plain, Manenberg, Philippi, Alces River. Why have these committees not been established, Chair? Why are we not prioritizing these areas where we know that violence and crime against children is so high? Why have they not done that? And then, Chair, my last question is, the SAPS's GBV action plan and the 90-day blitz suggested a very strong strategic intent. Chair, if I just look at the news, I can see that in actual fact, these crimes have escalated in the month of May, which is one of the months that are the 90 days in. How are the SAPS measuring whether these plans have translated into increased protection, prevention, and justice for victims at station level, especially in high-risk districts where the trust in the police is so low? I mean, you don't need to be a magician to determine that the trust in the police is probably at its lowest it's ever been in our country. And I really think we should look at what we're doing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable Carla Barnard.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, for decades here in Parliament, we've held this Women's Day speeches. The country has a whole month focused on women's issues, and the SAPS and other departments claim and have claimed today they're doing everything they can to deal with this GBV. And outcome? Well, no one who commits GBV is listening to our parliamentary speeches. No criminal is interested in crime statistics. What we need is a total shake-up, looking at international best practice, taking a whole of society approach, looking at every angle possible, from the first day a child attends school, the influence of churches, social services. Our grants stop for those who commit such actions, for example. There have to be visible consequences for these actions. But also our children must be taught from the youngest possible age that such behavior is totally forbidden. Now, this is to the SAPS. What are you doing today that is different to what you've done by rote for the past 2 decades? Because it's not working. The quarterly steering committee meetings aren't bearing fruit, nor is your revised action plan. Do you have anything new on the table that will give us some hope? Now, according to slide 11, the relevant stats are included in the quarterly crime stat releases. So please explain why the 2024-25 fourth quarter crime stats released by the Minister of Police omitted disaggregated data on crime stats against women and children, when this data has consistently been included in previously quarterly crime stats. You made no reference to that during your presentation. Sadly, there are still areas where there is no victim-friendly room, such as the Villanora Police Station, which is operating out of a makeshift facility in Shotlangwane village, formerly used as a pensioners drop-in center. The building is in very poor condition, basic infrastructure is lacking, no reliable electricity, no telephone access, inadequate sanitation. The toilets are either out of order or a long drop facility. The station has only 4 usable rooms across 2 buildings, and that makes it unsuitable for policing operations, basically. The station has no detention cells and no functional victim support room. So what we're looking at is a rape victim must stand in front of others queuing for attention and discuss her trauma in front of an audience. How do you allow this? To the Secretariat, well, it's good to see the numbers of complaints against the police do seem to be under control. It seems the days when SAPS members would tell victims of brutal beatings and rapes by their husbands, just go home to their husbands who had done the beating. Those days do seem to be over, I hope. And while there are certainly still isolated cases of GBV and femicide by police members, in your opinion, just how prevalent is it still? Is there a possibility today still of police covering for their mates in the police in relation, for example, to rapes in cells? They still happen, but Is this now no longer something that's covered up? Does it come to you? Are you aware of it? Or do we still have this undercurrent of covering up for one's chums? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Cola Barnard. Honourable Spies.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the presentations. I'll get right to it. First of all, Chair, through you, regarding the statistics, and I'm specifically looking at slide 6, of the first presentation. So if one looks at the statistics on the disciplinary action taken against SAPS members for misconduct and, failure to comply with administrative obligations, and also with the protection, orders issuing, I want to know from SAPS if they believe that these figures accurately reflect the situation on the ground. Because, Chair, if you consider the trauma experienced by many victims, it is possible that a significant number may not have the capacity, they might not be in a state at that particular time to lay complaints against a SAPS member. And as a result, I believe many of these grievances might go unreported. And so I would like to know how SAPS account for the potential underreporting in these statistics, and what measures are in place to ensure that victims' concerns are indeed heard and addressed. My second question then would also be, in terms of rural GBV&F victims, I would want to know from SAPS what specific initiatives do you have in place to assist the victims of domestic violence in deep rural areas. I work in those areas as constituency head, and particularly in terms of them accessing police stations and obtaining protection orders, considering the challenges of geographical isolation and limited resources. In many cases, these police stations only have 2 vehicles or one that they have to share with another town close by. And I would just want to know what happens to these victims. Are they getting help? What is the turnaround time? Is there a particular strategy? Then, in terms of victim-friendly rooms, I see no sense of urgency, Chair. We all know that victim-friendly rooms are crucial in providing safe and supportive environment for GBV victims, and who are often severely traumatized and injured when they get to a police station. Unfortunately, for me, the implementation timeline of these facilities seems excessively long. I've been involved in setting up victim-friendly rooms in conjunction with, police officials and corporate, facilities within a matter of months. And it happens through social corporate investment, and you rope in your community policing forums. To me, this demonstrates that it is achievable with the right coordination, with the right dedication. And if there's a willingness from SAPS and other individuals that want to help, I strongly believe that SAPS needs to identify a dedicated person, Chair, or a team that can facilitate this partnership and drive this initiative. I believe we should at all times leverage social corporate investment in community resources if we can expedite the establishment of victim-friendly rooms. And I do believe it's critical that we do support the victims. The sense of urgency is needed. Lastly, Chair, it's just a comment. I think it was slide 10 on the last presentation. I counted no less than 6 governance structures that has been put up for implementation and coordination. And I just wondered to myself, how does this filter through to the ground? Are there engagements with local government desks that deals with GBV related cases and awareness and campaigns. Are these structures actually functioning? And are we not having too many structures that doesn't do what needs to be done? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Space. Honourable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I do welcome the presentation. Hopefully you can hear me well, Chair. Just to say, Chair, I think the presentation, whilst it looks well, the general experience of women and children, it's not well supported. I think the greater concern, something that I continue to raise, it's around the detection rates and the time that it takes to solve the cases, get the cases before courts. That remains a big issue. So that's the first one that one needs to get right insofar as what is being done insofar as the improving the detection rate, but also the speed at which these cases, the gender-based violence, but also the femicide cases reach the courts and they get processed there. Understanding that the courts also have their own processes, and it might very well be, Chair, that as it was suggested a couple of meetings ago, that we might need the justice and crime prevention cluster. So ourselves, justice and correctional services, together with the portfolio committee on women, children, youth, to get together to look at the entirety of the issue, because there seems to be let's call it delays along the system, which makes people lose trust in the system. The second issue I want to raise, Chair, and I'll try not to exhaust my 5 minutes. So whilst I appreciate that there's a plan to visit certain communities, certain police stations, certain schools, and so forth, I feel that if we are to succeed, it needs to be a lot more responsive than this. So, for instance, we do know that the far north, your Toyando area, has got high levels of rape cases and gender-based violence there. But it seems like because we have drafted the plan to say these are the areas that we need to focus on, even when we see, for instance, that there are communities that are experiencing high levels of gender-based violence, we seem to be stuck on the initial plans. What I will request, it's a lot more flexibility from the team, both the police, but also the Civilian Secretariat, to look at the emerging trends. We don't have to wait for the whole year to then intervene. I think the benefit of having the quarterly crime stats is that you can see where crimes are emerging. Because and I go back to the far north of Toyando, if you were to look at the last 3-4 quarterly crime statistics, they will indicate that the cases of sexual violence, cases of rape are on the increase there. And to find out what are some of the interventions that are being done beyond just with obvious, one will like to know insofar as the arrest, the conviction, but also the education side, the awareness side of things. What is being done in the far north of our country? Because we are seeing each quarter the cases there that are on the increase here. But otherwise, like these plans without a quick response, they will not get us where we need to get to. Let's improve the detection rate. Let's improve the time it takes to solve these cases and bring the cases before court. And we will see a lot of changes that are happening. Thanks very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ghana. I then move to Honourable Mtetwa.
Grace and peace, Chairperson, honourable members. In fear of messing up the protocol, let me say all protocol observed. I am Eugene, #I'm not a number. Mthethwa. And the red color says I represent GBV&F. If life was as good as the presentation looks, I'm sure we would be having a better country. I want to practicalize the presentation, bring it back to practicality. First case, 448/5/2024. Investigating Officer MJ Magagane, Mondio Police Station. Malicious damage to property and intimidation. The case was dismissed. I was told that the perpetrator can't be arrested for damaging his own property. Second case, 558/7/2024. Investigating Officer C. Mampasa, Mondio Police Station. Damage to property and theft. All our washing was pulled off the washing line and trashed. Some of the items were missing. The case was closed before any investigation was concluded. Fourth case, I opened a case of sexual harassment on the 10th October 2024. To this day, no case number has been issued. An investigating officer has not been allocated. CR number 148/10/2024. The fifth case, there is a protection order against the perpetrator, but Boysen's Magistrate has not actioned and it has not done any follow-up in terms of that. No, the police station was able to go and enforce the protection order. This is a prominent figure in our country, an actor from Isibai, a woman who lives with 2 kids, 2 children. Now, as I listen to the presentation, it speaks of proper first response, ensuring proper first response. If with these cases that I've listed, would you say that your presentation indeed talks about this? This is typical of what happens at the police station. Does Mondio Police Station have a victim-friendly room? Does the refusal to open cases at police station reflect the first proper response that you're talking about? Let me keep it there. I will take another bite to follow up on this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and the police, and all protocol observed, and all the guests who have joined this meeting. Please allow me to speak without my camera because I have some challenges this morning. My first question, sir, has to do with the slide. It's slide number 6 on prevalence of domestic violence. It says that a total of 17,374 incidents. They don't say anything about what those incidents about, and then they say 9,750 cases were reported. Now, I want to know, how do you get to that 17,374 if it was not reported? I need explanation on that because that is not clear. And between that 17,374 and 9,750, we have a difference of 7,624. Now, what about that 7,624? Were they cases that went to court? And what do we mean by cases reported? There's a difference, I believe, between reporting a case and a case being taken to court. Were these 7,000 taken to court or not? My second question. is about how do the police determine which case to take, when to open a case, and when not to open a case. Because we have people who complain, who go to court with complaints, and they say the police just refuse to open the case. Now, under what circumstances are the police allowed to refuse to open a case? Now, obviously, if they refuse to open a case, that says to us some of the cases they open are not going to be taken seriously because they are using a measure that we are not aware of. When are they allowed to open and when are they allowed not to open? And I want to say something about an incident that was raised by Honorable Shikeli. She spoke about a person that was abused from the age of 10 to 17. Police know about that. But the unfortunate thing is that the perpetrator is a person maybe who is a friend to the police or a person who has the protection of the police and nothing has been done about it. Chairperson, it is totally unacceptable that an underage child at the age of 10 would be abused, the police know about it, and they do nothing about it. Now this victim is 17 and nothing has been done about their case. I want to request that this matter be followed up, and then the next meeting, the police must tell us why that person is still not arrested. When we spoke, the slide on the focus areas, or maybe before that one, about sign language, the problem of not having access to sign language. My first question on that is to find out when there is no access to sign language in a police station and they have to call another station to ask for help. What average time does it take for that help to arrive, for a person who knows sign language to come? And during that process, where is that person that opened the case, who needed to be assisted by somebody who understands sign language? Is that person kept at the police station? And if not, and that person was abused at home, was raped at home, will that person be expected to go back home while they are waiting for the person who knows sign language to come? I see my time is up. I'll wait for the next round, Chairperson. Maybe the last one on this. The continuous empowerment of members on interpretation. What does that mean? How are members empowered to understand sign language? Are they having formal classes, formal lessons, or how does that happen? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Reverend Meshwe. Before I hand to Honorable Kanyile, I just want to let us take note to SAPS in terms of following up. I just received a message once again. You'd remember a week or two ago, we spoke about police members that are still on active duty doing frontline services. Now, when we discussed that there was a specific member, currently a constable at Kales River police station. He's out on bail for a rape allegedly committed in Fuleni. And now he's working as a constable at Kales River. So it's one that we can note. We have brought it up. He is still in uniform, and I think it's something that will further cause for deterioration in trust. Honorable Kanyile, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to SAPS and colleagues and all protocol observed. Chairperson, I also welcome the presentations that are before us. I have a few questions that are related to the presentation as well. There was a mention from SAPS that they do development and training with their officials. What I want to find out is whether SAPS has a tool that they are using to be able to check if their training yield fruitful results, if this training they give to SAPS is actually working. The reason I'm asking this, yesterday we had a meeting in our portfolio committee with the Commission on Gender Equity. The chairperson, during her opening remarks, indicated that they did visit Mpumalanga, though they're still going to forward us a formal report. I think going to have more details when we get that formal report, where it was discovered that some of the case they do not go through to court because of the backlog on the DNA testing, number one. Number two, one of your SAPS officials also confirmed that some of the semen, they throw it away if it's being stored for a very long time. I think if that is the culture that is happening in your police stations, it means more training needs to be done because victims of GBV are not going to see justice. And Chairperson, I also want to come to the issue of sign language interpretation. We must also be mindful that sign language is an official language that was enacted by the President in July 2023. I think it baffles me that up until this day, SAPS does not have sign language interpreters that are in their police stations. I really don't think that this arrangement is working that they have with Deaf SA, where they will contact them whenever there is a need. I think I share the same sentiments with Honorable Meshwe, because it means people with that are using sign language, they're denied justice. When you get to the police station, there's no one to assist you. It will mean if somebody abused you at home, you must go back to your abuser while you wait for them to contact DEFSA. I also want them to tell us that the solution they're working on, the permanent solution to finalize the contract with DEFSA, when is that going to be finalized? I think if we can have a timeline attached to it, that will assist us. Chairperson, it also looks like there is no willingness by SAPS to act on their officials. If their officials has committed acts of gender-based violence, SAPS protect their fellow colleagues, and that is unacceptable. I am a constituency head in Lekwa municipality. There is a case in Standerton against one police officer of sexual harassment that was reported by another police officer. Apparently, the male perpetrator was moved to another office outside of Standerton for 6 months, and he is now being brought back, working in the same office with the same woman. And when we try to make a follow-up on this case, apparently this lady has now been told, because I've spoken to Brigadier Mazibugo to intervene on this case, apparently the lady has now been told to be transferred to another office. I do not believe that is justice. This man must be dealt with. He must face consequences. And I'd like to get a full report on SAPS on this matter. I see my time is always up. I think I'm going to come back on the second round. The last question that I have is on a matter of a woman that was murdered in Lekwa, Miss Leah. She was murdered at her home in Standerton last year in August. Apparently, her body was found at the boot of her own vehicle in Garsfontein. Now, in this situation, we have two cases: a case that happened in Standerton and a case that happened in Garsfontein. What we are being told is that only Garsfontein is investigating this case under 374/08/2024. And the police in Standerton are being ignored or sidelined on this issue, whereas they were the first one to arrive at the scene. They were the first one who actually saw what really happened in that house. So I just want to find out if there is not supposed to be a double approach in this instance, where Garsfontein handled their side of this case and Standerton police handled their side of this case, and they're also actively involved in terms of investigating this case. Because if Standerton police is not involved in this case, Chairperson, I also foresee another miscarriage of justice. People that are actually really responsible for this may not be held accountable. The case for Standerton is 273/08/2024. I'll come back again, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kanyile. We can certainly do a formal follow-up on the specific case as well. We will get the formal details from you. I then hand over to Honourable Matthys.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, members of the South African Police Service and of the Civil Secretariat. So, Chair, I echo my colleagues' sentiment, particularly on the level of presentations. I mean, and I said this also in one of the previous meetings, it's like we can pretty much go back 20 years and have these same reports and it would be pretty much on repeat, and the only thing that might change is the numbers here and there. So it's evident that whatever it is that we are doing, even as a committee, more importantly, and the level of oversight that we are providing is not tangible and it's not producing any results. I was disappointed in the presentation, well, more on how the presentation was done by the Civil Secretariat. It came across that they don't take their mandate very seriously. I mean, even their recommendations were just a matter of factly. I mean, it can't be that we're saying that there's still a little room for improvement. It can't be that now, 20 years later, we are still having issues of sign language. We can't access a sign language interpreter. It can't be that we still don't have proper, what are the rooms called? Private rooms. This is 20 years, and I can tell you for sure, if we go and we look at a portfolio committee of police 20 years or even 10 years ago, it's going to be the same thing. So if we're having such basic administrative problems, there's no hope. There's no hope. We are even wasting our time here on the committee of having to be able to do that. I want to talk about that we also, and I think my colleague, Fighter Eugene Mtetwa mentioned this in the last reporting meeting, that we also have a cumulative on the stats. So we report on this period or this financial year or this quarter, but we don't tell the cumulative. So from last quarter, we reported 300. Of the 300, how many have been successfully investigated and is now at the NPA? How many have actually been closed? Because this comes to this whole issue of cases that have been closed and that have been undetected. And I know this, and I'm going to talk about a case that I'm very involved in at the moment, which is the Cwecwe case. That case was supposed to be part of this case closed, and it was supposed to go undetected. Must I tell you why? Because that docket was presented to the National Prosecuting Agency exactly a month after the case was opened, with hardly any evidence, nothing even done. So the case was just supposed to be closed. Hence, the NPA made an announcement and then whatever happened there. So I'm saying that there is just no willingness. And I think if the South African Police Services is no longer interested, or we've just become like mute and we have no regard for what's going on and we're just on autopilot, the crisis that we are facing on gender-based violence and especially violence against children is going to continue. And it starts off also with their own members. I want to recommend, Chair, there's a lot of cases that some of our members have brought up here. So I think maybe we should look at having maybe one day a month where, because as members of parliament, people can come to us and we can't even solve the cases. And we are struggling and we have to come to this platform and matters are still not being resolved. I mean, it can't be that a child has been abused and someone is not, SAPS hasn't been attended to it and we have a member of parliament. So I'm going to suggest that as a committee, we said maybe look at one day a month, an extra day, I don't know, just my recommendation, where whatever cases that have been brought to our attention, obviously we can't deal with anything, but we are members of parliament and we serve our constituency and we just deal specifically and get reports on the status of the cases. And I think that will also help in oversight. I know you're going to just tell me that I must finish up very quickly. I want to talk about the child protection program very quickly. And I've mentioned this before. It can't be that we get reports the Department of Education, the Department of Health and Social Development of the number of child pregnancies, a statutory rate. I mean, just in 2023, 2024, there were 2,716 10 to 14-year-olds that were pregnant. Why is this program not, why isn't that identified as one of the programs? This is one of the most easiest cases to prosecute because there's a child and there's the DNA. But we have a problem also with this DNA with our lab, forensic lab. We've done oversight as a committee. And I think we recommended this, Chair, and we should follow up on this, and I'm going to be done on this one, is that we have a joint meeting with the Public Works. It can't be that we are getting a report here that said, are we engaging about the upgrading of the forensic lab? It can't be. It's been over a year now. So I think we should have a joint meeting and we must be able to set timelines in that regard and give oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. You were still very close to well within your time, so thank you.
I can go back. I've got more if you want.
We'll give you another opportunity, Honourable Matthys. Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Allow me to extend my sincere condolences to the grandma of Jaydenlee Meek, who's on the platform here today. Also, allow me to acknowledge our activists that has been running with this matter, Natalie Solomons, Althea, as well as Shakira on the platform. Chair, I want to say that what I'm about to say today and ask for may feel like an attack. But it is always when you are not ready to acknowledge that your conduct has harmed a family and harmed a community, this may feel like an attack. And harmed not only a community, but actually led to the death of an 11-year-old because of ill conduct by SAPS members. I also want to say, Chair, when I wrote to you in my request to have this briefing this morning on the Jaydenlee Meek matter, I specifically asked that we summons the station commander to come and give account and give us the presentation. Instead, we have the Deputy National Commissioner General Sibiya coming here and accounting for what happened at Florida SAPS as if he is the station commander. Now, I'm not sure if he's been demoted, but that is not what the request was. The Portfolio Committee agreed that we will have the station commander here. It was confirmed to me. We had also agreed that based on what I had put on the letter, that we will have a brief presentation by one of the activists. None of that was done. I'm going to now say to General Sibiya, when I send questions through to you or need clarity on any of the cases, you refer me back to the station to go and get my response from the station. Why is it today that I've taken your advice to start at the station and now you show up to come and give account for something where you weren't present? You give an overall response about what happened on that day. I think it was 30 seconds. That highlights the little attention that was given to this matter. We don't want to get involved in the actual investigation, Chair, because we don't want to compromise that. But what we do, and the intention behind me writing, is to say that we have seen that how these cases get treated when it gets reported at the CSC ultimately leads to us finding bodies the next day because it is not treated with great urgency. I'm going to ask General Sibiya. The first question I have that, since you are now the station commander, I'm hoping you're able to answer. What time did the mom arrive at the station and who assisted her? Because, Chair, it is time that we hold members to account. We can't say a member, a SAPS member, ons wil weet wie het haar gehelp and what consequences, what disciplinary of a member failing to act speedily, failing to act in the best care and interest of a child who was at risk. That boy's life could have been saved if things were dealt with differently. So who is the person that the mother spoke to? What time did she get there? Was the mom told to go back and get a photo before a case can be opened and before all units can be activated? We do have what we call crime prevention unit, but I don't even think that they were activated. My next question, how many vehicles were dispatched with with how many members in it to the scene on the day that this happened? Did they even bother to get out of their vehicles, right? When a strange packet was found a week later, after you said SAPS has swept the complex, when a strange packet was found at the complex almost a week later, and the station was contacted, how long did they take to respond to a case where a matter of national interest was reported, the whole world is watching, and still they took their own time? I want to know from you, how long did they take? Because that will expose how they treat the members and the community of Florida. I want to say that you say that all stations has a trained GBV coordinator. Since you are the station commander today, General Sibia, does your station, and what is the name of your trained GBV coordinator? My questions, Chair, my time is up. I'm going to leave it there for now. And I also want to note that we do have the activists on the platform. If at all possible, we can just give them 5 minutes. I'm not sure if you would allow that, as that is what I have requested. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable James. Honourable Muela.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and greetings to all honourable members in the platform, the DM, and all the participants, the community, and everyone who is part and parcel of this portfolio committee today. Chair, I want to start by noting the fact that we are indeed observing the progress that the recent stats release have made with regard to the combating of crime and improvement on certain areas of our crime. The recent statistics have shown a decline on some other aspects of the crime that has happening in our country. At some point, we need to commend the work that the police are trying in ensuring that they improve this particular occurrence and keeping crime from happening. But we also want to note the fact that there's a lot that is need to be done with regard to ensuring that there is a progress, especially with regard to the issue of gender-based violence, and ensuring that with regard to domestic violence, there is an improvement. Of course, looking at collaboration with the civil society organization and many other people who are involved in the process of combating and fighting crime. With regard to the issue of Jaydenlee Meek case, Chair, I think when you are opening here, you have indicated clearly that there is a new information that is coming, and the case is about to be braked, is in the final stage of investigation, which I believe we need to give the police the target, and also to give them a time frame as to when they are going to come and give deliberate thorough investigation report on what is transpiring. So I think we need to have that particular report, because this matter has long been going, so we need to have that particular report. So I want to understand with regard to the matter that, noting the concern from the FLIVEF community, what is the policing plan for the community, and what is consideration are taken into the considering before establishing a police station in a particular area? And with regard to the non-compliance presentation, what are the numbers of the police who are educated and trained on the Domestic Violence Act? If so, what is the course and content of this training? Who facilitates it and who attends this particular training? After a protection order is issued, what further responsibilities does the police have in terms of monitoring and securing the area of the compliant? The last question with regard to non-compliance is, what consequences are there for police stations that fail to conduct required first and second level inspection on compliance to the DVA committee section, DVA compliance, and GBV&F and child protection? And with regard to the strategies on the GBV&F, what Are learners, educators, school governing bodies, SGPs, and communities involved in the co-creation and monitoring of school safety interventions? And what role does the SAPS play in facilitating these partnerships? What evidence exists to demonstrate that the initiatives and resources allocated to combat gender-based violence and femicide are yetly measurable impact? Specifically, can the department provide data that reflect improvements in detection rates, conviction outcomes, victim support, and reductions in repeat offenses or case backlogs? The last question is, what did the 2024-2025 fourth quarter crime statistics released by the Minister of Police omit disaggregated data on crimes against women and children when such data has consistently been included in previous quarter crime statistics? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muela. I then go to Honorable Tsotseti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me greet everybody in the platform. Chair, I think it should be obvious that given the responsibilities on the shoulders of this Department of Police, the oversight we play with them on them is going to be quite biting, because all we want is to get accountability on the money which we approve for them to do their work. Now, let me start it off here, Chair, that yesterday in the House, I made a statement wherein I was reflecting on the community of Ward 38 and Ward 24 in Rustenburg in the Northwest. This community has been experiencing violent crimes. Recently, it has been the raping of some girls on successive days, and one of them was slit. Her throat was slit when she was raped, and then they killed her, including the raping of a 7-year-old boy. I'm bringing this up because in that area there was a satellite police station. I want to get a response from whoever is responsible from the part of the SAPS on where that satellite police station was since banned in 2012 when there was a strike, minor strike led by AMCU. What are the plans of the SAPS to resuscitate that police station, that satellite police station, because it is clear that it is needed currently? Secondly, Chair, Honorable Kanyile covered me on the question of Mpumalanga, which came to our attention through the Commission of Gender Equality yesterday, about how cases of GBV are getting withdrawn. I'm interested also in that response. Thirdly, is the NPA decries the lack of comprehensive writing on the dockets from the SAPS that they have to then prosecute in court. What is the comments? Basically, they are saying that there is no quality work in that space. What is the response of the SAPS in that? And in addition to that response, I wish that they give us a sense whether amongst the people that they would have trained, do they at some point carry the refresher course, just so that they can ascertain that these people do still have insight on what is expected of them to do? We are just from the Child Protection Week, Chair. Now, the question of adopting a policeman or the policeman adopting a school, is it voluntarily, is it optional, or is it enforceable? Because I can imagine that it can link directly with the protection of children. Children would not necessarily be at liberty to go and report when they are being abused, but a police who works very closely with the school, very closely with the teachers, can be able to know from that kind of range that these children need attention, and then we need to look up into their issue. I'm trying to rush, Chair, because I'm not used to this thing of speaking for less than 5 minutes. Now, I'm worried that the report doesn't speak much about the community policing forums, because the strategy in the crime crime prevention strategy has always prioritized the involvement of communities, and the first point of entry with regard to the work between the SAPS and the community would be the community policing forum. But do we have them? Are they trained? Are we sure that every community has them? And if not, what then becomes the strategy to ensure that within a particular time frame, we must have had all these things in place in all the communities where our police stations are serving, and we must ensure that they are sufficiently capacitated to respond to issues of crime, to be the ones that raises or that encourages society to raise areas of crime when they see them happening in their communities. So can I get a response on that? My time is done, Chair. You see this thing of yours, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Tsetse. I then go to Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I can be allowed to keep my camera off through you, Chairperson, if I'm allowed
100%. More than happy. You welcome to go ahead.
Thank you very much. Greetings to honorable members, to our officials, to also the presenters who have presented as well, and also our support team that is on the platform. Chairperson, I've been greatly covered by our fellow colleagues on the platform in terms of really giving a narrative or reflection on what these reports or presentations that have been given to us are speaking to. And I think just being greatly covered also by Honorable Tiamo as well in terms of the reflection to say the reports that are given to us, what we want to see is more tangible and concrete results in terms of the data and statistics that has been collected. And I think what one would then add is to say, as a concern, and I think the only element that speaks towards in inclusion or reasonable accommodation was the element of signed language. For me, it's quite concerning that we must have in our report to say what is the overview of SAPS, approach or intervention when it comes to reasonable accommodation, universal access, and providing adequate services to the most vulnerable and disadvantaged in our communities, also a priority on the disability community, just not only looking at the element of sign language as a method of communication, but also looking at what is being put in place as interventions in the police stations, human capacity training for reasonable accommodation and inclusion, integration as perhaps forming part of the curriculum, regular awareness campaign and raising sessions that are centered around that to really have an appreciation of the various disabilities, and perhaps looking at some of the underreporting of cases when it comes to the sector. And I think I would have wanted this to be reflective also in the presentation and to say what has been some of the interventions and the challenges across the country that SAPS has faced when it comes to cases of persons with disabilities. Chairperson, when it comes to, and I think we're not really quite explicit on it in terms of the presentation coming from SAPS and all the presentation, is teenage and learner pregnancy. I think it was said by one of the honorable members where we've got learners between the age of 10 and 14 who are pregnant, and this is very clear that it is statutory rape. What are the follow-up measures that are being put in place by SAPS across all the 9 provinces where we have picked up high rates of learner and teenage pregnancy, where we have seen that there are under-reporting of cases of perpetrators, but also what are the interventions when it comes to coordination with the schools, the districts and the local communities? I know that my time is up, but Chairperson, the last part would then be speaking to say what can we do as part of a matrix that can be utilized to measure the effectiveness and the efficiency of SAPS across all the 9 provinces and also within the regions to see whether the CPF interventions are being effectively and successfully implemented. Where are some of the challenges that we're faced with, and are we allocating adequate resources to our CPF structures, and also what can be done in terms of mitigating the issue of stipends to ensure that even the local communities that are part of these CPFs are able to be retained and are well capacitated and trained to fulfill the mandate that is put forward. The last one, Chairperson, would be the collaboration not only with government entities and institutions, but also with civil society. Perhaps if we can just get a highlight of what that looks like and how do we look to amplify it and have it being duplicated or it being implemented as a national program throughout all the 9 provinces. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adonis. I then go to Honourable Sokopo, followed by Honourable Mokoena, and then Honourable Taibosh. Honourable Sokopo.
Thank you, Chair. And let me also take the opportunity to welcome the presentations, both the one of DVA and GBV. Chair, I just want to check on DVA. In terms of compliance with DVA, what measures are being implemented to ensure that protection orders are served within the required period of 24 hours? The second question is, what proactive strategies are in place to reduce the number of SAPS members implicated? The one question on GBV, I wanted to check, at schools, learners, educators, SGBs, and general members of the public, are they involved in the co-creation and monitoring of safety of school safety interventions? And what role is SAPS playing in facilitating this partnership, in ensuring that they are equipped for them, if they are part of it, to be able to do what they're supposed to do? Thank you, Chair. You can give the rest of my time to Honourable Matheson.
Honourable Sokopo.
You see, that's lovely recommendation.
Be careful what you wish for, Honourable Sokopo. Thank you, Honourable Sokopo. I then go to Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Am I audible, Chair? Chair?
You are audible. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We understand the presentation is on non-compliance with the Domestic Violence Act, but we did not get a sense of compliance requirements and obligation from the SAPS and how these are evaluated and for the committee to engage on. On GBV&F strategies, Chair, what evidence exists to demonstrate that the initiatives and resources allocated to combat GBV&F are yielded measurable impact? Specifically, can the department provide data that reflects improvement in the detection rates, conviction outcomes, victim support, and reduction in repeat offenses or case backlogs? Lastly, Chair, has SAPS considered or implemented the use of accredited private forensic laboratory to alleviate backlogs in GBV&F cases? If not, what are the barriers to doing so? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mokoena. And then lastly, Honourable Taibosh.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the Deputy Ministers. Morning to all the other senior police staff members, SAPS members, CSPS senior members, and then also to the honourable members of both groupings of Parliament today. Chair, I'm not well, I've got a chest, and I'm basically at home sick and in bed. But I had to take the time off to do this meeting today because it is very close to my heart. Chair, first and foremost, I want to support and back up everything that was said by Honourable James, Chair, because that case of Jaydenlee Meek, what the general came here today and yes, sorry, we respect that the case is sub judice and we don't want to mess it up. But please don't come and give us stories, because what the general has been reporting and what has actually happened on the day, the lack of empathy on the side of SAPS when a mother comes to report that a child is laying dead on the stairs, and the lack of empathy by that officer to tell her to take a picture or to go back home, and then they come a couple of hours later. By then that entire scene has been contaminated, because people are people and they'll always go and fiddle and touch and scratch. But also the fact that they were told to lock down the area and start a search, they basically completely disregarded everything that the community said. And because, they believe they are the authority on that, but then they still go and do the wrong thing. They didn't do what could have helped and what could have saved. So don't come here today and tell us, yes, we cannot speak about that. We were promised that we could, and we'd like to do that. But so we're not happy with the report on Jaydenlee Meek. We're not happy with what you came here to do, and we will never be happy about it. Then, Chair, if I can move on, this meeting, when I looked at the reports and I looked at the presentations, SAPS, they are not stupid people. They are very intelligent people. If you look at the report, especially the CSPS report, it's a very comprehensive report. It took somebody that knows what they're talking to put that report together. That report highlights what they're doing, the shortcomings, and what they would like to do, and also the shortages and stuff like that. So SAPS knows what is needed. SAPS knows what is needed. However, I don't know what, I can't put my finger on it, but I think it's a lack of will, or is it not, are the police force not motivated enough? Because really, both the CSPS report and the SAPS report today, I must be honest with you, I commend you on those reports. The reports are beautifully written. It says exactly what was wrong. Yes, you're even reporting on your negative stuff. You're not hiding things, which is good. But what are you going to do about them is another story. Chair, then I just got a couple of questions also going forward. Hopefully I won't go over my time. The 90-day GBV&F blitz, Chair, I want to know what are the primary objectives and expected outcomes of that, and how the progress will be measured, and how will it be reported across the JCPS cluster. Chair, what specific role does the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide play in resolving systemic challenges, such as delays in prosecution, case backlogs, or failures in interdepartmental referrals, and how will its revival improve coordination compared to previous years? This committee that's been has been brought back. Let's see what, tell us how they will do things differently. Has the Interministerial Committee developed a comprehensive implementation schedule or deliverable matrix for the 90-day period? And will this be made available to Parliament for oversight purposes? What specific interventions is Met Joints to improve frontline safety for victims of GBV&F, including deployment of specialized units, high visibility, policing, or improved protection services? Another one, Chair, almost done. What is the plan to sustain successful interventions after the 90-day blitz concludes, particularly with respect to policing, victim support, and interdepartmental collaboration? And lastly, Chair, in terms of compliance with the DVA, what measures are implemented to ensure that protection orders are served within the required 24-hour period? We've seen in the stats that there's a lag to deliver these reports within the 24-hour period. We'd like to know why can't we step that up and what measurements are in place to meet that timeline. I thank you, Chair, for now. That's my first bite. I'll come back later.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. Colleagues, before we engage and get feedback from the South African Police Service and the Secretariat, I just want to come back to the Meek matter. I want to make it very, very clear that everyone requested, Honourable James, in your letter is on the platform. The station commander, the relevant detective commanders, everyone is on the platform. I want to emphasize that everyone can be angry at SAPS as much as they like. SAPS called me yesterday and said there are significant developments. They've got no problem with accounting. Everyone will be on the platform. The problem is, and this is something that people are welcome to be angry with me about, is that there are sensitivities regarding the case that if we interrogate in a certain way, it could be detrimental to the investigation. And that is the point. I've communicated that to Honourable James as well last night and this morning. I do not want us, and I've said it before, we are not a criminal court or quasi-criminal court for the police, and it is extremely important that we do the relevant work on accountability and follow up on cases. But if we're going to be detrimental to an investigation, and we end up causing for someone not to actually end up behind bars because of the way that we approach something, then I'm afraid we're not being very professional in resolving some of the issues. Do SAPS need to come and give feedback on what happened and transpired on the day? Absolutely. Yesterday, I attended the matter of the bodyguards of the Deputy President on their trial in court. And when you attend such a trial, you would note that whether the defense or the state would quote or not quote, they would question certain very basic things at the beginning. Who are you? Where do you work? What do you do? What's your role at the police station, etc. And there are many lists of questions that we can ask like that. The point is that even those basic things end up in a court of law. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going to go stand in a court and explain that we were detrimental to a criminal case. So certainly must come and give feedback. We did schedule it. There were developments in a space of 48 hours. Everyone is on the platform. So this is not a matter of people not wanting to account or not being available. I was the one that said, let's not be detrimental to the case. I would rather shift it with a week than be detrimental to an investigation. Before I hand over to SAPS, Honourable Matthys, I see your hand is up. Does this form part of Honourable Sokopo's time?
Yes, Chair. Chair, you're doing this again, and you did this also with the Twetwe case. You're spokesperson on behalf of SAPS, and you're also undermining our intelligence as members of Parliament. So there might be some questions, and I raised this even when we took the report on the Twetwe case.
Honourable Matthys, how am I questioning your intelligence? Sorry, I'm not...
Yeah, but let me finish. You'll ask me after now. I didn't interrupt you when you're talking. I'm saying you're questioning our intelligence as members of Parliament of asking questions. So you're making a decision on behalf of all of us that you're not going to be asking any questions. You are defending SAPS here. SAPS can answer and say to us, this question I can't answer. We are here, we are there. You are here to represent Parliament. You are chairing a committee of the South African Police Service, and we are all here to hold them accountable. You are not here to be a spokesperson on behalf of the South African Police Service. There is no way that the South African Police Service is that incapacitated to say to us, that question I am not able to answer. And there's no need for you to come in and do that, because this is the second time that you are doing it. These cases are very serious, but you had you're not going to do that. And when it's a case that you are interested in and that you've tabled, you go on and on and on about it. When another member brings the case here, you're having a whole different approach. Why didn't you also allocate time to the activists, as was requested by Honorable James, to also deal with this case? So when it's your case and you're involved, like those protection services, we don't hear the end of it. When someone else tables something, then you have a whole different approach. It's not fair. Allow SAPS to talk and do their jobs, and don't speak on behalf of all the members here in Parliament that we are incapable of asking correct questions. And the bigger picture here is that we are frustrated as members of Parliament, because when we engage directly with the South African Police Service officials, they are either indifferent, and it's evident. I have an experience. Everybody has been pretty much talking about their engagement with the South African Police Services. How dare the General tell an honourable member to even call the station commander to get a report? What is that? If you are doing that to a member of Parliament who you know you're going to come on this platform and report, what are you doing just in general? And how are you responding to members of the committee? So I'm also saying, and I'm using this opportunity also, since the highest politician here is the Deputy Minister, we need to have a way on how, as members of Parliament who we engage with, we cannot be subjected to this indifference and dismissal by the South African officials. This is why we come to this platform, and we have to do that, because when we engage them privately, and we can send messages, we can send emails, they do not respond. Stop being a spokesperson for the South African Police, Chair. No, it's not right.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. I want to remind you that you don't need to remind me about what my work is and what my work is not. I'm well aware of what my mandate is and what I need to do. And you certainly cannot give me an instruction of how I need to abide by how you feel I should conduct myself. With regards to the specific matter, I immediately asked the committee whether they believe we should interrogate the matter. Everyone agreed on it. And you saying that I'm a spokesperson on behalf of SAPS is very interesting, because then I certainly would be the worst spokesperson that they could ask for after the amount of criticism that I myself have shared over the last 2-3 weeks alone. And they could probably testify to that. That being said, I do not believe in being unfair, and I'm not going to be detrimental to criminal investigations. Making a sweeping statement on an allegation that I'm underestimating or questioning members' intelligence is also wrong, Honourable Matthys. You haven't been with us for that long, but even members that haven't been with this committee for long will very clearly say to you that I do not treat people with disrespect, and I would never, ever question someone's intelligence, and certainly not make that kind of statement. I have been genuine, and I believe in integrity, even when we don't necessarily agree on all the different points. That being said, I am later, as I said in the beginning, going to give the opportunity to the relevant leadership, especially in terms of the Deputy Minister and the Deputy National Commissioner, for a remark on it. And you would have also noted, as I said earlier, that we will come back to the specific case and there will be detailed feedback, but again, not to the detriment of the case. I think it's also important that we all ensure that we understand what our mandate is. Our mandate is not to dive deep into every single operational matter. If there's an issue with a specific matter that I raise that you feel and I quote, that you don't hear the end of, mention that when we speak about it. Please do, by all means. In fact, I would welcome it, and then we can decide as a committee whether we continue with that or not. Before I hand over then to SAPS, Honourable Schikkeling, your hand is up. I've noted the hand of Honourable Reverend Meshwe after that, and then Honourable James. Honourable Schikkeling.
Chair, can I just check, are these hands for, is this another round of discussions?
No, Honourable Tsetsi, we'll get to the discussion now. This is just regarding this specific case. We'll come back to it now. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I don't think that Honourable Matthys is being completely fair towards this committee. As you've rightfully said, she hasn't been on this committee for very long, even though she has been a member of Parliament for a long time, and we respect that, Chair. But we should also respect you as the chairperson and the SAPS, that there will be cases that are presented to us that we cannot discuss on an open forum due to the fact that it could affect the outcome of the case. And I think we should be very aware of that, especially with cases that concern children, Chairperson, because we are at the end of the day here to protect the citizens of South Africa, and especially the women and children in our country that are suffering on a daily basis. And I think we should be cognizant of the fact that we cannot discuss everything on this open platform. If there are cases such as this case, we should perhaps then rather call for a closed committee and find out from the SAPS if they would be willing to share that information with us. But again, Chairperson, we have to be cognizant of the fact that whatever gets discussed in that closed committee, then the onus is on every single one of us as members of that committee to ensure that that information doesn't get leaked. And we all know that that does happen. And I never, ever want anybody to be able to turn around, Chair, and say it is due to the police committee allowing discussion on a certain issue that the case could not reach its fruition and that justice couldn't be met in that certain case. And I think we must be very careful of that. There's not one committee member on this committee that is not sitting with a case that is a burning issue for us. Perhaps as for Honourable James, it is Jaydenlee Meek. For Honourable Matthys, it is something else. For you, it's something else, and for me, it is something else, Chair. So there's different cases that are important to all of us, and I don't think that it would be right for us to keep quiet about any, but we should also be cognizant of the fact that we can't just discuss anything on an open platform that will affect the outcome of a case and that will affect this committee's smooth running. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable James.
Chair, I'm very disappointed today. I'm disappointed and I'm feeling frustrated at the fact that I think I had 4 bullet points on that request letter. It was brought to the Portfolio Committee. The Portfolio Committee agreed on those bullet points. I agree that you did call me. We did engage several times regarding the sensitivity of the investigation, regarding us possibly tampering and compromising the case. And I think that I reassured you several times that we are not interested right now. Yes, we are. Yes, we want to see a speedy arrest, but I said to you that SAPS had a role to play. The members delayed in fulfilling their primary mandate. Not only are we looking for a killer, a murderer, yes, Chair, I explained to you that SAPS turned the mother away. We as a committee are here to ensure that SAPS upholds their mandate. They too play their part, their role. And the questioning today for the station commander and those who were on duty that evening has nothing to do with the investigation, which I have said several times. It was to find out what units were deployed that night, how many and who did what on the evening. It's got nothing to do with the case. I even sent you the presentation yesterday from the activists, and we even engaged and said, you know what, previously we hear in court and we hear SAP saying the public shouldn't intervene in these cases because we understand that, we get that. And here today, we see SAPS deciding who must come and account, which is unfair. We said, how do we hold SAPS members to account if other people must come and speak on their behalf when it is not General Sibiya Station? All that they do all the time here, Chairperson, please understand my frustration. And already the questions that we are asking. We know the answers to it. We have footage. We want to prove a point here of gross negligence. A child was reported missing and a station turned away a mum to get a photo and sent one van with 2 members who sat in their car. I have affidavits, I have statements. Are we just going to arrest the perpetrator, or are we going to deal with the person who compromised the life of 11-year-old Jaydenlee Meek? That is why I wanted the station commander here, but so be it.
Thank you, Honorable James. I just repeat, the relevant people are on the platform. Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I understand the frustration of members. I'm also frustrated by the performance of some SAPS members. It is important to know that we have evidence that a number of SAPS officials, SAPS members, do not take their work seriously. And I think it was Honorable Taibosh who said there is no empathy. There is definitely no empathy. We are not sure whether some of them have had their children who became victims of crime. We are not sure. But the way some of them act, they show that they definitely have no empathy. They are just there to make money. Well, how families feel, it seems like they don't care. And I want to repeat again what I said about Honorable Shigarin's statement about a child who was abused from 10 years to 17. The police know about it. They don't do anything about it. Rape takes place under their watch. Statutory rape takes place under their watch, and they do nothing about it. This is totally unacceptable. I want to appeal to the generals, the top generals who are seriously concerned about the image of SAPS. Many of the members must pull up their socks. This committee is supposed to work with the police and not to be seen to be working and speaking against the police. But the service the communities are getting is truly unacceptable and is frustrating. I think for Honorable James to be promised that the station commander from the Florida station will appear after the request, and he does not appear, and then General Sibia just carries on as if he is the station commander. It's totally unacceptable. For whatever reason that the station commander is not here and is replaced by General Sibia, the committee should have been informed. I don't think we'll be discussing this matter if the committee was informed. But the committee was not informed. It's like we are being taken for granted, which is not acceptable. But having said all this, also having voiced my own frustration at how some SAPS members are treating us and members of the public. In this specific case of King, I want to make a request. I want to appeal to our members for the sake of justice being done, for the sake of the police not pointing fingers at the committee members and say members of parliament compromised the case, for the sake of a desirable outcome. May we not discuss the details of this case. May we allow the police who have said, and it is a choice I make to believe what they've said through the chairperson, because whatever they say to the chairperson and he tells us about it, I want to believe that they do it out of hearts that are truthful. If they said they are on the verge, they believe they are on the verge of concluding the case, they have more information that is needed, and they request that we postpone our request to discuss the matter. A week, I think is acceptable. And so my appeal to all honorable members, let us take the advice that the chairperson has given us, or the appeal that he has made, and hope that the end of this case will not be like the Twetwe matter. We are disappointed with the Twetwe matter, and we also should have been given a briefing. Why, after such an outcry, why, when we thought this case was winnable, nothing has been said? We should have been given a brief. But on this one, may I appeal, can we allow the investigations to be concluded without any statement that can be used that it was because of what the committee members have said? Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Meshwe. I'm going to give the last three opportunities before we need to move on with the discussion. Firstly, to Honorable Mthethwa. I've noted Honorable Muela and then Honorable Tsotsetse. Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. I think I will continue to say I'm not a number. Hashtag I'm not a number. Because for the same reasons that, people who are dying are human beings. It's not just a number of the stats that we are getting from the presentations. But my understanding, I want to echo the same sentiments with Honorable James, that the questions that she's raising are not questions that are directly into the case itself. It is the conduct, which is what we are responsible for, how the police conduct themselves whenever there's an issue. We have a number of examples we can put where you come to the police station and you are told, no, we can't open a case. And I've asked this question before, that whether does it have to be my jurisdiction? When I see somebody killing a person or attacking a person, do I have to go and be within my jurisdiction in order to act as a police officer in uniform? Or am I not able to act immediately to save life and then take the necessary precautions in terms of what I'm supposed to do to hand over that particular person into the relevant police station? So I don't see anything really detrimental to the case if people would ask questions, and the SAPS would be smart enough to say, indeed, the matter is sub judice and therefore I cannot answer to that question. If you can give the members that liberty to say, you can ask the questions, but if the question has to do with the investigation, then SAPS will not answer to that question. I think they have that intelligence to say so. Thanks, Chair. That's my plea.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Muela.
Thank you once again, Chair. I think I've been following the discussion, so I just want to get clarity with regard to this matter, because when you were opening, Chair, you have indicated clearly in terms of what is the status with regard to the case. And when all members are talking here, we are all agreeing that the matter is sub judice with regard to the nitty-gritties of the content of the case in question. But it's like there are other issues which were not part and parcel of the terms of reference of the matter in discussion that are beyond and which are not actually cleared or been specific on the portfolio committee to deal with. We're just seeing those particular matters emerging now as to these are the issues. It means the matter in discussion here is not the merit of the case. What are those particular matters that we are actually discussing here? If you are indicating that all the people who are supposed to be in this meeting, they are part and parcel of the visual platform. If there are specific questions which members are raising which relate to them, why can't they respond to this particular matter? Why can't they be given opportunity to respond if it's not in relation with the case and dealing with the sub judice of the case? Why, if they are part of the parcel of the meeting, why can't they respond to the questions of the members? Or why members are not speaking or answering the questions with regard to what they want clarity on? if everyone who is involved in the case is part and parcel of the committee meeting? I don't understand. If they are part, what is the argument? If we are not dealing with the merit of the case, if they are part, if there are issues which they have to respond to, why can't they respond to them? What stops them from responding? Because they are part and parcel of the meeting. And we are all agreeing that in relation to the merits and the terms of the reference of the case, it is sub judice which will give the police enough time to deal with that particular matter, giving them time frame as to when they must come and respond to the portfolio committee with regard to the progress with regard to the case. But there are other issues which are not in relation to the case, which members are saying they want clarity on. Why can't they raise, if the members, people who must respond are part and parcel of this meeting, they respond to those particular matters? I don't understand what is it that what is the argument if that particular matter is clear on a way forward on how this matter must be approached. So I'm just having a concern with regard to that particular matter, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. I think for clarity, it's a very good question. I think if there are specific questions regarding specific conduct, like showing someone away, etc., there's no reason why we can't ask that specific question on conduct. Again, the sensitivity comes to the specific investigation. Yeah, so we'll come back to it again. Honorable Tuteti, and then Honorable Kola Barnard, and then we will engage SAPS. Honorable Tuteti.
Chairperson, before Honorable Tiama comes in, I just wanted you to acknowledge my hand. I'm just struggling to raise. Thank you very much.
No problem. Acknowledge. Thank you. Honorable Tuteti.
Firstly, let me correct you. It's not Tuteti, it's Tuteti. What I'm deducing, Chair, is that the crux of the matter here is a culture within the police service at the ground root level, which affects all of us. We are having a serious problem, all of us, with the conduct of the police. Hence, issues around training always come to the fore. And it might not necessarily affect the leadership at the top level, but also it is a question of how do they keep their foot soldiers at the ground in check in as far as their conduct is concerned. This is simple. It's a question of adherence to the Batopele principles, really, to say how do you relate with people, especially being a public official in such a matter, in such a sensitive department. I think it has to be treated quite differently. So I think that it's not necessarily a matter that only affects the case which is being spoken about currently. Earlier on in discussions, when I said I agree with Honorable Kanyile, we were referring to the matter which we got as a result of the report which came to our committee on Mpumalanga and the withdrawal of GBV cases. It also involves misbehavior on the part of the SAPS members. So I think that we are dealing with a widespread problem here, and I want to make a suggestion, Chair, to this committee that perhaps there must be a separate day in which we invite SAPS, invite different organizations or activists across the country and interrogate SAPS on the training of their own people at the ground, particularly on the conduct and the compliance with the 8 principles of Batopele. And how do they then, what are the checks, processes that they have to ensure that these are adhered to, and where can the public raise their discontent when they feel that the police is not the police in the ground, the police stations are not giving them a proper attitude and the correct conduct. Because in as much as we want to respond or deal with it,
point of
we must
order,
deal.
You can continue.
Now I'm being disturbed, and then I
No,
did
you
not
can.
disturb anyone.
No, you can continue. I'll come to you, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you.
So I'm saying that, Chair, that we take your counsel that we need to move forward. We do want to accept that in this specific meeting, there are issues that may not be dealt with as per the request of the SAPS. But I would say that it might be important to alleviate the fears of everyone that in some point, a special committee must be organized to come and deal with a committee meeting rather must be organized to come and deal with the question of the conduct of the police. But for now, I would adhere to the guidance which we have provided to the meeting that we proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, colleagues, please look again at the role of this committee. I have seen and heard the attacks against the Chair. He's explained that this case is at a most sensitive stage. It's not sub judice, as it's not yet in court. It is under investigation, something we are not mandated to do. We do not do investigations, nor can we act as though we are SAPS officers. There are officers with extreme experience within the SAPS, and no one, to my knowledge, on this committee has ever served within the police. Yes, every case is horrific. We all have our own horrific stories to tell. Yes, it's important and pressing to the person who's approached by the families, but it is not for this committee to interfere in a case. There are thousands of cases, thousands, and it is our job to ensure that the SAPS does its job, not that we interfere in any case ever. I would ask that the personal attacks on members, such as the Chair, be stopped. He has a job to do, just as this committee does, and I suggest that members focus on that. If the SAPS are failing in an area, it is our job to call them up on it and ensure that their failures are attended to. It is absolutely not our job to interfere in the work that they do. For them to speak out while in the midst of a sensitive investigation would be extremely reckless indeed. And if anyone has information, they should be giving that to the investigating officer, not coming to this committee and saying that they have information. And really, I mean, it's unacceptable. And I would ask that this kind of
I've called for a point of order.
information.
Chair.
Sorry,
Point
can I
of
continue,
order
Chair?
is when the
May I continue, Chair?
Yes, please continue, Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you.
Mtetwa, you will be next. Thank you.
It really is not our job to do. It's a case of we must stay in our lane, they must stay in theirs, but we have oversight over theirs. And that's our job.
I don't
job is
understand
not...
your understanding of the point
Chair,
of
may
order.
I continue?
Colleagues,
I don't understand why I'm being
stop
interrupted.
interrupting. Honorable Kola Barnard, please continue.
But Chair, we are raising...
I really would ask that this committee focuses on the job they are here to do. We are here to ensure that crime is brought down. If it's not, we call the SAPS to task. We ask that specific SAPS members, if needs be, are removed. It is not our job to interfere in the middle of a sensitive investigation that is wildly reckless and could, as the Chair has pointed out, have one or other of you end up in court giving information in front of a judge. Oh, where did you get that from? Why did you release it? Why did you question this? That is the sort of repercussion that could happen. So I'm cautioning members to be very careful not to cross that line. You are not police officers. You are absolutely not. They know what they do.
I don't know who
we
you
know what we
are
do,
going
and
on
we
and on now.
Honorable
Barnard,
you
are out of order
now
because we have clarified what we want to know.
Colleagues,
now
come on.
I'm not going to stop.
Undermining us.
Colleagues, please.
Undermining us because we have made it clear what our questions were. Don't tell us and we're not going to allow her to come here and go on and on and on.
No, we didn't
disrespect the chairperson. We were clear about what we wanted. Don't undermine us. We know we're not.
As I was saying before, I was
no,
being
as you were
interrupted. questions.
Honourable James, Honourable
I
Matthys,
do
please don't
know the
interrupt.
position that the members of this committee are in, and I know the position that the
No, you
police are in.
don't
I've been
know.
involved in this
Honourable
committee in some
Matthys,
18
Maybe what
years, so I
happened
do
in
know
your
what
interruption.
I'm
community
talking
isn't
about.
what's
Mabalwa,
happening
please
in our
remove Honourable
communities
Matthys
isn't
and
happening
Honourable
in your
James
To
from the
yell over the
communities. This
platform.
top
is
of
why you
me,
can be totally
yelling
oblivious
or
and
attempting to shut
insensitive.
me down is something that has been attempted for many years. It doesn't work with me, and yelling over the top of me is simply rude. I've offered a suggestion. I've said we should stay in our lane. We should never involve ourselves in the midst of a sensitive investigation. And that's
We
the
know
state the situation is at.
Point of order,
James and
because there's
Honourable
no
Interrupting and
food
Matthys.
yelling
here.
and
That
shouting
Everyone's
is
is
giving
not
not
you
going
an
in
to
your lane.
change
opportunity
the
and you
facts
keep
of the matter.
interrupting Honourable
So
Kolobana.
I've had
You
enough.
really
I
think you're
think the
just above
rudeness in
all
this
of us
committee is
here.
outrageous. And I really think,
You are outrageous,
Chair, that we have
actually,
to
and we are
actually
also
start
Honourable
not
taking people
Matthys.
to
intimidated
account
by
for their
Mabalwa,
you.
please
behavior on
remove
this
Honourable
committee.
Matthys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kolobana. Colleagues, we can really conduct ourselves in a better way. There's no need to shout. Honourable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. I thought that point of order is part of the rules that allows one to interject whilst the speaker is on the platform. And I was going to say a point of exigency because what we are now doing, we are eating our own time from getting answers. Our responsibility is to ask questions from the police to say what is it that went wrong, not to deal with the merits of the case. We just want to say what their conduct was. Now, if you are allowing people to debate and talk to us, talk down on us like the recent speaker, I don't think it is right. Please, can you? I'm requesting a point of exigency from these discussions. Generally, we are agreeing that the people who are here are available to answer to our questions. Can they answer to our questions? Where they cannot, allow them to say they can't. We're not going to put them under any scrutiny or any under a tremendous stress from that.
Thank you, Honourable Mthethwa. I'm going to move to General Mosekile to start with the feedback after the discussion. General Mosekile, may I hand over to you to coordinate the feedback? I also just want to ask the members, there's still quite a few legacy hands up from the previous discussion. If I might ask that you just lower your hands again so that we can recognize new hands. And then just for a point of clarity, Honourable Mthethwa, generally speaking, points of order are not used in a committee setting as in a plenary or National Assembly, etc. So you can just raise it and discuss it as we go. General Mosekile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity once more. And let me also appreciate the inputs as well as the questions that came from the members. Chairperson, I am with the team in the meeting, and where I might have missed the question, my colleagues will also come and assist in that respect. We will try to answer all questions as far possible as we can. And Chairperson, that those that will not be in the position to have data or specifics on them, because there are specific cases in the discussion that came that requires an update, it will then require that we go look into those specific cases and to be able to respond accordingly. I am with my colleague, the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for crime detection, the issues of the investigation, Chairperson, that General Sibia and General Sintumule, because they are on the platform, will assist and respond to. And from the frontline service delivery point of view, I do have the divisional commissioner as well as the component head. That is the person who was doing the presentation is also responsible for partnerships in the police, and there are questions that were asked on the partnership and how are we forging this particular partnerships and what will be our role, and those specifics will then be provided. Starting from the first questions, Chair, that were highlighted from Honorable Shikeleng, I think the first two questions that talks to the action plan, I take, Chairperson, that here we are talking about the National Strategic Plan, the plan of action that is on that particular document, and the issues of the council. It's sitting in that, of which the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is responsible for. The SAPS responsibility in as far as the whole plan is concerned, it's what was highlighted on our presentation, which is the 11 focus area that we are looking at. And this 11 focus area, Chairperson, are looking at both administrative issues in terms of the support that includes what type of other policing capabilities that we may explore. I think the question came as well on what have we done to explore other capabilities other than the physical visit to the police stations and so forth. So those are covered in that, and our colleagues from support services, including those that are responsible for equipping the operations or operational capacity within the department with equipment, are not on the platform, but we have noted the questions, and if we are given time to respond in writing, we'll look at those and respond accordingly. On the issues of the protection orders, Chairperson, I think this question came from a number of honorable members on what the role of South African Police Service is on the issuing of the protection order and the timelines. On the presentation, Chairperson, we did highlight it on the 24 cases that are on CSPS, and I'm saying we because on the issues of the compliance, the colleagues from the Division Visible Policing and Operations that are working with DV are also assisting or working in collaboration to do the inspections, and they are sitting in the same council where CSP will highlight issues for them to follow up in terms of our responsibility in so far as the Act is concerned. So the SAPS 508 will then highlight why the protection order was not delivered on time. And these are measures that have been explained on the presentation that includes, amongst others, the issues of the addresses, the incomplete information that will come with the protection order. Safe to say, protection order will come from the court. We may have to complete the forms if the victim approaches the police station, and for it to come as an order, it will come from the courts. So the clerks of the court are responsible to ensure that they finish the South African Police Service, who will then have to go and deliver those protection order with adequate information that will assist them in delivering the protection order. Some of the matters that have been raised of the victims that changes address after reporting, Chairperson, is one of the other matters that we do not have control over, but we try by all means to try and locate, including using the technology that is the cell phone to try and trace them and deliver those protection orders as required. What is our responsibility is those matters that have been highlighted, that there are shortages of vehicles, and there are plans and strategies that the department has looked into to improve the availability of the vehicles, that is vehicles that are allocated to police stations, that they must be operational at all times. So that is our responsibility, Chairperson, and we will have to follow up on those matters and to also confirm that indeed when the 508 will reflect that there wasn't any vehicle available for prolonged period of 24 hours, which is unlikely, then we will then have to take necessary steps to correct that situation. I think it also covers on the corrective steps on the non-attainment of the solvent rate. This one on the DV compliance, it's what I have just alluded to, but it can be supported further by my colleagues if I have not adequately covered what our responsibilities are concerned. But on the issues of the cases now, the reaction insofar as the reported cases, the detection rate and others, it's what the detectives will talk to, but I must indicate a chairperson on the issues of those cases that are referred to specialized units that, yes, we can highlight and uplift the solving rate of the FCS units, just to make that reflection, and colleagues can elaborate further on those issues. The child protection committees also came in a number of times on what will be the status and what is the role of the police in forging these partnerships. Colleagues will also elaborate, but Chairperson, I need to also emphasize the fact that these are child protection committees that are chaired by the Department of Social Development, not necessarily by the South African Police Service. South African Police Service are participants in those forums so that we can deal effectively and speedily with matters that relates to crime and those that we can prevent them from happening. So in terms of the coordination responsibility is DSD, and the South African Police Service will then assist if they do not know other partners that they should. But I think as a department, they do have a duty as well to make sure that that responsibility that lies on their table, as we all report to the same Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability in terms of what our responsibilities are in the whole value chain. The Department of Social Development should be the one that accounts on how they coordinate. But in order for us to be able to be assisted with cases, that is why we even go further to empower our CPF structures so that they can be eyes and ears on the ground. I think members have also indicated that why are we not utilizing them? We do utilize our CPF members far possible as we can. And on the issues of the resourcing, the chairperson will recall that we presented to the portfolio committee even in the last administration on the allocated budget for the CPFs, but I think it is an ongoing target that we are looking at, and the allocation to resource CPFs in terms of the physical resources, it is an ongoing money. It's still going to be dedicated to make sure that CPFs are empowered as well in terms of them being able to know when and how to respond. And I must say, majority of the time we are assisted by the communities to resolve some of the matters. And the recent cases that we have responded to, chairperson, we do come and thank the members of the committee who have provided information for us to be able to solve cases. Chair, there was a specific question on the 90-day blitz. It also came on the number of members, including on the, I think, second last questions or as to what will the IMC be doing and so forth, and what will be the role of the NAT joints on the issues of the GBV&F 90-day blitz, and what whether we have a plan beyond the 90 days. Yes, Chairperson, I can attest that our plan is to look at the impactful response and effective response on these 90 days. And this has been elevated from the NSP to say, government, what are we doing? What I am sure of now, Chairperson, is that the team sits every day. We have what we call at the NAT Joint Center, multi-agency joint operational center at Tshwane Academy, where NAT Joint Center is, and all relevant departments convene every week to provide support. And we have the real-time reports that the team of SAPS, both from visible policing as well as the dedicated team from the detectives and family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses are monitoring cases that are coming on a daily basis and the deployment of relevant resources to respond to these cases. So in the nutshell, when I had to talk about the 90-day blitz or 90-day accelerated plan, is to ensure that we focus on cases. We also have elevated the cold cases of GBV&F. Chairperson, we have ordered by the cabinet to have 9 dockets that we are going to show an impact on. But because of the volumes that we know how these matters happen in our society, which again are matters that happened not in the full view or where the police will necessarily see. They happen in houses in secluded areas. When we receive such, how our response should be. And it is regrettable as well that members of the public will go to a police station and be turned back. That is unacceptable. It's not the reflection of the department. And when such has been identified, chairperson gets investigated and members are then taken into task with their conduct. Any person that can walk at any police station must report, especially on the GBV&F cases, but all cases, and it will get to be transferred to a relevant police station, or if the stations are close by, it's just a matter of a call to get the relevant people. As insofar as the GBV cases are concerned, those that under the FCS is responsible for a number of police stations that has been clustered for them to respond. So if the case is reported, it will be attended to by those relevant and experienced qualified members to do so. So that is what we are also trying to forge by this 90-day blitz. When Nat Jones was given this responsibility, we jumped as the South African Police Service so that we can get all the departments to make sure that when we finalize the case, which our intention to make sure that cases or matters that are reported are responded to within a limited time frame, we take them to court with all the relevant information that is coming from various departments, DSG, Department of Health. They are all part and parcel of this plan. And the monitoring and evaluation of the plan happens every week and once in fortnight. Chairperson, the chairpersons of NatJoins do get reports from various departments that are sitting at the major to get progress, and cases are followed through. Every 24 hours, there need to be a report on what happened to a case that has been reported. I think I did not conclude on the 9 cases that as the department, we then decided on 45 cases, which is at least 5 cases per province that we want to make an impact on. And we are coordinating resources through this 90-day blitz as a night joins. On the issues of the consequences, Chairperson, we do have disciplinary code in the police that we invoke if members have done what is unwarranted or what is not required. And I think a lot of issues of the police that ran shortfall in doing their responsibilities have came around. And Chairperson, I can attest to the fact that we are even going as far as reviewing how our disciplinary cases are dealt with, the appointment of specific units that will look at disciplinary cases, and where the commanders are not satisfied with the outcome of the disciplinary process, our law or that policy do give that commander a responsibility that within 24 hours of receiving such a report, if you are not satisfied, you will indicate and send the matter back for review. So those are the measures that we have put in place to ensure that cases do get equal opportunities and they are responded to accordingly. Chairperson, the presentation also highlighted on the number of issues relating to victim-friendly rooms, and the indication on our main presentation is that the victim-friendly rooms are at all police stations. Where there are no physical room or centers, it will either be a center. If there is no center, there will be a office or a room that is dedicated for such. And there are signages in the client service center. It is the order that has been provided. And yes, we do pick up challenges from time to time, and we correct them as and when they are being identified. But in terms of the service that must go with what is in the package of the victim-friendly facility, that service is provided and is given to all victims that so require. So, Chairperson, I must say on all our police stations, the service that is related to VFR is given, and where the physical infrastructure is not available, a chairperson will also expand to use other services. The FCS units are being assisted from time to time by the private entities to establish such rooms. And if they are in the close proximity where the matter is being reported, it is referred to a FCS unit that is close by. We also use the Tutuzela care centers because we do have the footprint of the police as well at Tutuzela care centers, where the process will run smooth, where all departments are and matters are being referred. Client service centers, Chairperson, do have the list of all the organizations within a precinct of the police station where such service can also be sought. Where there is a need for the intervention of a social worker or a volunteer social service that is within the police station, such call is made and a referral is done to ensure that members of the public that are coming to our police stations do get such referrals. And if this is not done, a chairperson, where there are a default from the station itself, there are consequences that have been highlighted by Act itself, by our own protocols in responding to the Domestic Violence Act that are being invoked, and members are subjected to disciplinary processes. I have already alluded on the issues that are there. So it is regrettable that there will still be people that will be victimized or be exposed when they get into the client service center, but the particular service or GBV&F desks that were was rolled out to all police stations was to ensure that the members in the client service center, even those that are working into the controlling of the line, will pick up such a victim and refer them to a right place for him or for her to be attended to in such a place. On the issues that were highlighted by Honorable Barnard, I think I have only left the issues that are of CSP. DG Sibuye will talk to that. On the issues of the stats on slide 6 of CSPF as well, it will be dealt with. But in terms of the disciplinary cases, Chairperson will look into those cases that are still outstanding, because in that council, that is where members that are representing the department in the council of the ourselves and CSP are picking up these cases to make a follow-up immediately. I think they should reflect on the report that these are the matters that were identified, these are the numbers that were highlighted, because that is the responsibility and the mandate of CSPS. But immediately when the committee sits, they do refer these matters to the colleagues that are sitting and that are responsible for ensuring that we follow through on those particular matters. I've already alluded to the issues of the CPF and partnerships, but if I have left, General Matonzi, you can elaborate further on this one. And you can also elaborate on the issues of the SAPS forum insofar as slide number 10 of the presentation is concerned. Honorable Ghana, majority of the issues is on the detectives, and colleagues will talk to those issues, but I just need to highlight on the issues of that we are taking note of the flexibility, and to indicate that on a weekly basis, Chairperson, we do look at the crime trends and the prevalence of a particular pattern of offenses, and we deploy our resources accordingly. So that flexibility of the plan do make provision that when there are issues that needs to be escalated and not to wait for the plan to be fully implemented, we do so. I must say, over and above Operation Chanela that is there, that we are following every week, we do have a plan that we have put on the 90-day blitz. And last week, we also look at certain police stations to look at certain crime types. We have identified five crime types that needs to be escalated. And as we speak, Chairperson, we are rolling out those plans. Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, there are specifics, but all the provinces we have highlighted the issues of GBV. There is another plan that is looking at these GBVs that from time to time, those trends will direct our response and what we need to be focusing on those cases. Honorable Mtetwa, on the initial questions, it's specific cases, 5 cases that have been highlighted. General Sibia and General Kumalo from Gauteng is in the platform. Chairperson, they will respond to those specific cases. If a chairperson will not allow that, we address them in writing, but the colleagues are on the call. If they have those cases of Mondio and Boisens, will respond to accordingly. Chairperson, on the other issues that were highlighted by Honorable Mishwe and other honorable members on the sign language interpretation, and to build it in on our curriculum as well, to ensure that all members do get, even if it's the basic. Chairperson, we have taken note, but as the operatives, what we have done is what is covered on the presentation, to improvise in cases that there is no such a service at the police station or in the close proximity, to utilize the services of other departments, because we are saying fighting crime is all of us a responsibility. So where we can source the service of another department and they are close by, we do request them to assist, and we will continuously we do have sign language interpreters in the South African Police Service. Some are even trainers that are giving this particular training to other members and other platforms in terms of the matter is concerned. Honorable Kanyile yielded on the issues of the DNA backlog. My colleagues will talk to that. But as far as we are concerned on the DV, Chairperson, we do not have a backlog, but I think Honorable Kanyile was speaking to a specific station that was visited, and specific members that indicated that they do discard. This is an unprecedented revelation that members can even consent that they do destroy. It's a misconduct that will require us to follow up, colleagues, and we are going to make sure that steps are taken against such members. You can't even concede that you are destroying evidence if you are not a scientist. You don't know whether such a kit will still be usable or not. And the question for me is, why will the kit be kept at the police station, not delivered? So what it's also lying in the major that I referred to on the 90-day blitz is to also look at number of cases on each day that has been reported, how many kits were obtained, when were those kits taken to the labs, which lab, and how long will they take from the lab. And that is also the data that is being kept on a daily basis on the major that is sitting for the 90-day blitz. Chairperson, I think I have tried to look at those that are cross-cutting that came from different members and on specifics, Chairperson, and where I have ran short, my colleagues on the call, General Spear and General Kumalo from Gauteng will come in, Chairperson. I submit.
Thank you very much, General. Just a addition, if we are more than welcome or the generals are more than welcome to respond to the specific cases that were mentioned. Don't want there to be any confusion about that. It's in your hands. Thank you. Please go ahead.
A very good morning, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee and DMs and DGs. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. DG, Chair, let me start with the girl who was raped since the age of 10. May I just indicate that we tried to make a follow-up on this matter, and what comes out is that the little girl was raped since that period, and her parents actually are deceased. So she's been trying to open a case at Riebeek West, and then no case was opened at this point in time. So we are following up as to the reason why the case was not open, so that we can follow up and make sure that the case is opened and the perpetrators are traced and arrested. In relation to the detection rate, Honorable Ghana says let's improve on the detection rate. The detection rate, Chair, against women is 69.84% against the target of 68.13, which means we achieved the targets there. The detection rate crime against children is 63.32, and we achieved the target against a target of 61.99. And the conviction rate against crime against women is 81.65 against the target of 82.25, which means we missed a target by 1%. The conviction rate against children was achieved by 81.42 against the target of 80.85. A total of 11,781 tracing of suspect rates was conducted during the reporting period, and 22,219 suspects were arrested. During the reporting period, 438 accused persons were handed down, 604 life imprisonment in 505 cases, and 2,476 accused were sentenced to 25,731 years of imprisonment on 2,614. And in relation to, Chair, the cases in Mondio, the first case, Chair, that is malicious damage to property. This case was closed before investigation, but what happened is that it was investigated. It is a domestic violence case between a girlfriend and a boyfriend who were somewhere at the drinking club, and they fought. So the boyfriend damaged the property, but that belonged to him. Now, in each and every case, if the crime committed is not to the detriment of another person, but your own property, that's how the case was actually withdrawn. In Mondio 558 of 7, 2024, which is a theft case, it was closed as undetected. This is a sort of a housebreaking case where the electrical appliances were stolen worth of 3.5, and the fingerprints were lifted. Now, when the fingerprints are lifted, Chair, it doesn't mean that when you close the case, it means that the case is closed, undetected, and is gone and closed and forgotten. The only thing is that the day we come across the suspect somewhere, it will immediately give a hit, and the suspect will be connected to the same case. So it's not closed and forgotten. In relation to the Standerton matter, Chair, the crime, although the person was kidnapped or the scene started in Standerton. The body was found in Garsfontein with other stolen properties, and this is where the case was opened. But we are working with Standerton Police. There is a matter that is also investigated under the Standerton. These cases are appearing before court. And Chair, may I take this opportunity to just explain in relation to Honorable James' matter. Chair, I've never told the honorable member to first start the station commander. It's not true. I'm quite sure that to start with, I've worked with Honorable James for the past 13 years, and we've worked very close together. And I've always respected her. Now, where we differed with Honorable James, and in other previous appearance, members have heard how she says I always respond to her, and which I've always done. But where we differed is when a member who is, or a person who is involved in murder is arrested, and the family of the arrested person wants to know why is the person not being given bail. And they write to honorable member to say, this person, our person is arrested and is not being granted bail. Now, she writes to me and she forwards the messages to me and say, why is this person not being given bail? Or can you check the case and come back to me as to what is happening in that matter? Then I say, I thought, Honorable James, me and you are not in the business of arranging bail for suspects that are involved in murders. I thought we are on the same side of making sure that we arrest people and we keep them locked. And it was based on the fact that we know each other. I was not really being personal, but we were talking based on the fact that we've known each other for so long. So now she then took it very hard and came hard on me as well and said that, look, I don't like the way you're talking to me, you are arrogant and. But be that as it may, I just wanted to say, Chair, it's not like I respect members of parliament. It's not like I was just talking to her the way I was talking to her, but I did not agree with the fact that the people whose suspect has been arrested because he killed a person, they must go to her and ask her how can she assist for the person to get bail, and I must jump in, instruct the investigators on the ground otherwise. The moment I do that, I'm interfering with investigation, and that is when I will be followed up by the media and say, now I'm assisting criminals to get bail. So that is basically what happened, Chair. Now, where she suggests that I said she must first start at the station, no. Chair, every member in El Dorado Park, if they have opened a case, they've got the right to speak to the investigating officer. When they are not assisted, they can come to me or to us or to any of the senior members or to even go to the member of parliament. But then what they are doing, they're no longer inquiring to the police station. They all send their inquiries to her, and then she sent the inquiries to us. Now, when she speaks to me and she sent me all these messages, then I then asked and say, did this maybe complainant maybe interact with the IO? What is the IO saying before I go to the IO? Because now we're just sending a lot of inquiries to different investigators. The community sent to her, she sent to me, and then I sent to the investigators. So I was just saying, can't they first maybe see if they can communicate with the IO? If they are not coming, okay, that's when they can escalate. I don't know if I was wrong. If I was wrong, I will ask for forgiveness for that, Chair. Now, in relation to Honorable, okay, the police investigators. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the Douglas case. The docket has been submitted to the DPP for decision on the 15th of May, and the docket is regarded under investigation. On the 21st of May, a query came from the DPP for re-examination of the child, and the re-examination was done, and we're not going to reveal at this point in time because this is part of the investigation, but the matter is not, when she went for re-examination, she was with members of the political party as well, supporting her, who accompanied her to hospital. And the family also knows about it. And the results are we do have the result, and the matter was submitted before the DPP again for decision. We're still waiting for the docket from the DPP chair. In relation to the possibility of utilizing private laboratories to deal with DNA backlog, Chairperson, it gives me a great pleasure to inform the Portfolio Committee that the South African Police Service has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the CSIR. As part of that partnership, the CSIR has opened its doors for SAPS to utilize their forensic laboratories as an extension for DNA processing, especially the reference samples as generated during high-density operations. To this end, a joint action plan was developed, and the SAPS will provide continuous progress in this regard. With the intervention of both the Minister of Police and Minister of Public Works, the KZN Forensic Lab project has recorded progress in this regard. Alternative accommodation has been approved. The joint SAPS and Public Works team are currently working on the designs for the new facility, and progress will be made available to the Portfolio Committee, Chair. Further than that, Chair, in relation to under what circumstances the members are allowed to refuse a case, no member is allowed to refuse a case when a member of the public is coming to report, unless you are not in your sound and sober senses. We can see that you are not in a position to actually think properly, because your case will mean nothing basically. So they will have to wait for you until you are in your sound and sober senses. Let's say someone show up here very drunk or under, you are disorientated completely. You can't open a case. But under normal circumstances, people do open cases, and no member is allowed to be turned away. Unless if it's a woman comes here, even if she's drunk and she says I've been raped, the police will definitely act. Will definitely stand up, because we can't say no, go home and relax and then or sleep and we'll come tomorrow. We will act because time is of essence. In cases vary from cases to case in terms of the dynamics as well. Chair, I don't know if there's any case that I haven't responded to, but I also have which one? Chair, just a minute.
Maybe Chairperson, to quickly come on when General Sibia is getting that one. I have forgotten the issues of disaggregation of the data in GBV&F related or cases, crimes against women and children. That what was presented, I think the statistician of SAPS did indicate that what was presented on the day was the summarized version of the whole stats, but the full complement of the report was then being referred to on the website. And this will also give a individual account on how many cases against women, how many cases against children. And the slide that follows after that one that gives the number of cases against women and number of cases against children is also the issues of reflecting on where these cases are happening, how many of these particular matters happened as a result of domestic violence. So it is that a broader or the full report does make reflection of every case against women and children, including other categories of crime that has been a norm and a directive from a various portfolio committee that we need to make reflection of those. So that statistics is available, Chairperson. I thought I will just come and cover on that particular one. General Sibia, you can proceed in conclusion.
In conclusion, Chair, we have the NPA SAPS GBV&F project. Since the establishment of the project, 55,702 reports were enrolled successfully. In this financial year alone, we have so far issued 2,341 GBV&F reports, and cases of GBV&F are prioritized by the Committee for Speedy Prosecutions since the establishment in 2021-2022 financial year. This is, in short, my response in relation to the forensic DNA. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, General Sabia. Before I go back to General Musekile, Honorable Mtetwa, I see your hand is up. Can I give you 30 seconds?
No, you can continue, Chair. It's a follow-up question to the response by General Sabia.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. I'll come back to you now. General Musekile, is there anyone or anything else someone needs to respond on?
Chair, I wanted General Matonzi to elaborate on our partnership policing. What are we doing in that regard? And I think there was an indication of the school safety program as well, the Adopt a Cop. At some point, we did give statistics in terms of the number of officials that have been dedicated to police stations insofar as that agreement that we have with the Department of Basic Education and those members that are dedicated to each police station to respond. Unfortunately, Chairperson, they cannot be each school allocated members. Looking at total number of 26, I think I'm speaking under correction, but we do have a detailed report that talks to 26,000 schools in the country and the number of police officials that you are having in the department, and those that are working with schools will have more than one police or one school that they are working with, so they will do their programs in a staggered manner. If generals can just highlight the DIFCOM, I did indicated that she is in the platform, and General Matonzi just on the school safety program as well as on a partnership policing, Chairperson, and we will hand it back to you after those reports. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you, General. General Matonzi, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, once more. As far as the school safety program is concerned, it's informed by the protocol or agreement that we have with basic education. As part of the program, one of the things that needs to be done is to have school safety committees, which is facilitated by basic education. But from our side, we appointed what we call school safety officers. These are officers who will work with the schools locally. They will go to the schools and raise awareness on the children. They will also sit in the school safety committees, and together with basic education and other relevant stakeholders, they will identify the challenges and risks in the area and also support that process to make sure that interventions are done. But as far as the operations are concerned, in terms of the Act, the police needs to be called by the principal or someone acting as a principal to come to the station to conduct an operation. The exception is only when there is prima facie evidence that something is happening at the school, then the police may come in. So through the school safety committees, those issues are tackled. But also from SAPS, as General Musekile has touched on, we also linked schools to the police station. In other words, there will be a school safety officer. Each school will know who is a school safety officer that they deal with on specific issues, who sits or who represent the police station on all the school safety committees. So that is as far as the school safety committee is concerned. I just wanted to comment, Chair, on the issue of the flexibility of the plan. I think Honorable Ghana mentioned the issue of whether are we flexible and responsive to the emerging trends. Yes, we do. And I think he also mentioned the issues around Thohoyandou, which we are aware that Thohoyandou is one of the areas that has recorded, I think is in the top 10 of the highest in terms of sexual offenses. Last month, just last month on the 23rd of May, we were there together with different stakeholders, traditional leaders, local government, and the civil society, raising awareness on the issues of GBV. And the concerns that were raised from that imbizo are the issues that we'll now respond to. So we do respond to the issues as they emerge. as far as a partnership is concerned, we have partnership with five different stakeholders. CPF being the legislated one, we have community police forum in all the stations, but you do find that in some cases that their performance is not the same across the board, and that's where Civilian Secretariat are assisting us in terms of training them and empowering and so on and so on. But you may also find that the CPF at a particular station is disbanded for various reasons, and we find an interim CPF at the time. But all stations have CPF, and also we also have partnership also with the business sector, which also talks to one of the questions that was raised, that we seem to be very slow in terms of finalizing or building the victim-friendly rooms. I indicated earlier on during the presentation that there are two specifically organizations that have approached us, which we are working with, who are intending to donate some of the facilities to our station. So we are working on that one, but over and above that, we also have our own internal plans to build more facilities, depending obviously on various factors, like some of the stations don't have space. There are also issues of whether you can put particular structure at a particular area and so on and so on. So that's a matter that we really working hard to make sure that it gets done. I think those are the only questions I was expected to answer. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, General Matonzi. General Mosekile, I just want to check anyone else that you would like to add?
No, Chairperson, I think we are covered, but to reiterate, I forgot that point that General Matonzi is talking about. The new police stations that are being built since the adoption of having the victim-friendly facility, they come that is a package of the specification of a model police station. Those that do not have on the numbers that were reflected are old police station, but as we have indicated that we improvise on acquiring services to be given in or be provided at those police stations in as far as the issues of victim-friendly facilities are concerned. I think when we present on the demand plan from supply chain management, Chairperson, it also make reflection of the number of police stations and what are the plans for the department to have public works availing such infrastructure. And where we are able to buy park homes, we do buy park homes in order for us to have the structures erected, but it is part and parcel of our demand plan to look at expanding and making sure that we do have victim-friendly facilities at all the police station. That will just deliver a basic service. So an overnight accommodation at the police station, we avoid it so that we remain a police station that responds to crime, not to keep people at the police station that may result in other unprecedented outcomes when members are confronted with the issues of keeping victims at the police station. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, General Mosekile. I just want to emphasize something. I also saw it in the chat, a specific comment regarding missing persons, and it links to today's discussion. I just want to emphasize once again, there's no such rule as 24 hours. It's another complaint specifically regarding Florida Police Station, that you have to wait 24 hours. But I've heard it from many other stations. In fact, some stations have even sometimes told members of the public that they have to wait 48 hours before reporting a missing person. There's no such thing. You can immediately report it, and SAPS must immediately open that case, and the relevant protocol must follow. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Colleagues, I am aware that a lot of the transport to the plenary will be starting in a short while. So we are pressed for time. I've noted the hand of Honorable Mtetwa. I'm going to give about 2 minutes per individual. We can certainly come back to it again. It's just for the sake of time. I know a lot of people still need to travel. So I'm going to list the names as the hands go up. I've already noted Honorable Tetwa, Honorable Matthys, Honorable Schikkeling, and Honorable Meshwe. Please try and stick within the time. I know 2 minutes is short, but we need to be cognizant of time and ensure that we have good response. Honorable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair.
Comes, apologies for that. I just wanted to ask that you do recognize me as Honorable Chauke. In the last, you did not acknowledge or recognize me, so I just wanted to bring it forward. Thank you very much. Apologies.
No problem. Thank you, Honorable Chauke. I've got you. Honorable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair. It now makes sense, Chair, why we have a situation that we have. General Sibia, I respect General Sibia very much. I've worked with him previously with the person that I call General Mzwakimbuli. If I was disrespectful, I was going to say that's totally lies that he has given around the Mondio cases. But I know that he has been misled. And I want to remind him that he has been misled to commit statutory offense according to the powers, privileges, and immunities given unto us by Act of 2004. The Mondio cases, it is not true. First and foremost, it is trivialization of those cases into domestic violence. It wasn't domestic violence. I attended to the case. The gentleman bought the house without an eviction order. He has been intimidating the people who are staying there, and one of those is the complainant. Now he removed the windows whilst there are people staying. As we speak, he has come back after they fixed the windows to break windows. So it is not domestic violence. So you are being misled. Now, in view of the presentation, I want to say every focus area that you stated has been nullified by this case. And that is my comment. Hashtag, I'm not a number. The statistics that you are giving, the ordinary South African doesn't understand statistics. He understands a funeral in his street or his street of a neighbor or a son or a daughter that they know. GBV is growing every day in our country. We can't trivialize cases unless we want to see Ms. Namkise dead first and then we jump. Thanks, Chair. That's my parting shot.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. I then recognize Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. I might have missed it, so I stand corrected because there was a time that I was on a call. Was there a response given to why we do not have the issue of statutory rape that ends up in child pregnancy part of the program of child protection? I think that's very important, and I raised that there were over 2,000 children between the ages of 10 and 14 that was reported by government departments that were pregnant. So they are the Department of Education that is involved here. There's the Department of Health, because the child is given birth, obviously, in a public facility. Obviously, there's police. So there looks like there's no synergy, and we can't keep reporting stats and nothing is done about it. It is crime. Statutory rape is a crime. It's not just by the way. So if it was, it's fine. I will go back and look at the response, but I think it's important that we do get a response. Outside of the meeting, Chair, I just think as a committee that we have become more proactive. And as I said before, in terms of the infrastructure that plays a huge role in the effectiveness of SAPS to be able to fulfill its duties, rather, that we do a joint meeting with the Department of Public Works. We must have a list of all the police stations that are outstanding, what is outstanding, understanding, and specifically the forensic lab must be high on our agenda. It's causing us to not do investigations properly, number one, and if we can't investigate properly, it means there's going to be no prosecution. The NPA is just going to issue certificates that they can't prosecute because of a lack of evidence. So I think in that regard, it is the committee's responsibility that we give oversight and that we don't continuously just get reports that we are engaging. And just on the last thing, Chair, and I promise I'll be less than 30 seconds, I think it is important that we establish, and perhaps not in this meeting, but that we do put it as part of something we discuss as a committee on how we are engaged, or how we engage SAPS officials about matters that come to our attention and how they respond to us, and that there be some level of engagement and respect for us to be able to work together and also to be able to answer to our constituency. Obviously, we can't raise all matters, but what does come to attention of honourable members, we should be able to respond to them, and we would like to have proper engagement with the SAPS, which is not becoming at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. I then recognize Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I just have two follow-up questions. The first one is there are several SAP members that are involved with GBV matters. Some of them are still working and have not been suspended. Can we please have a follow-up on police officers that are involved with domestic violence, and then also what steps are being taken to ensure the full enforcement of the firearm seizure protocols, especially where these members own private firearms? I mean, we read quite regularly of police officers that take the lives of their families and their own, which is very sad. And then, Chair, I mean, the fact it's been discussed here today that victims of crime are shown away from police stations without assistance is shocking, and it is very evident that it is happening. It does make me wonder, and I don't want to cast any aspersions, if the stations just don't want to open the cases for the fact that it works on statistics, and they don't want to show a high amount of cases being opened in certain provinces and certain localized areas. It is a concern to me. I would like the SAPS please to commit to sending out another communication. I know that they have done it, but can they please send out communication to all police stations to ensure that the officers know that they are required to open cases and they cannot show anybody away, because I really do think that we should start taking steps against these police officials that show away members of the public. It is something that is happening on a daily basis. And Chair, as we sit here today, as my other colleague said, we are just a number. Today, 69 people will be killed in South Africa, and every 3 hours a woman will be raped. And as we sit here, several women have already been raped, and I promise you some of them have gone to the police station to open cases and they were not assisted. So can we please make sure that this is done as a matter of urgency? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. We were told that measures are being intensified to deter members, the police, from being offenders of domestic violence. Now, we also heard that about 20 police members were offenders. And from different mouths, different people, one said measures have been intensified. So I want to know whether these measures that are being intensified, are they effective or not? Because if you still have the number of police involved in DVA incidents, are those measures successful or are they failing? And then my next question has to do with the slide on child protection committees. Now, it was said that in Mpumalanga, sexual offenses, including child rape, are increasing. And I want to know whether they have established the reason for that and whether there is a link between sexual offenses and child pornography that is a problem in Mpumalanga. And the last one is that the victim-friendly facilities were assured are being provided. Now, I want to request that those victim-friendly facilities be run by friendly members with empathy. in cases particularly of GBV, because a number of police stations, there are members who are not friendly at all. And rather than help the complainant, they also abuse the complainant by asking too many why questions that are intrusive. So I want to suggest that these friendly victim-friendly facilities be run by friendly members with empathy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Meshwe. I then go to Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Kanyile.
Apologies, Chair. I was struggling to unmute. Chairperson, thank you very much. I think my first question was not answered. I asked about the official in Standard 10 that violated a fellow worker, but nothing has been done to that official. Can I get some response from SAPS as well? Because I also feel this is a continuation of SAPS protecting their members if they are committing gender-based violence. Chairperson, the second question that I have, it is on the issue of Umlazi. We visited Umlazi in March as a portfolio committee. Umlazi, apparently there is a high rate of child abusers. We just want to know what is the Department of SAPS doing to try and ensure that children are protected in that area. And secondly, that building in Umlazi, I'm not sure if they have any plans to fix it, if they're communicating with the Department of Infrastructure, because when you got there, that building was dilapidated and it did not even have water. We could not even use the restrooms. And they indicated to us when we were asking questions that it's been like that for a very long time and it has been reported, but nothing is being done. I think that is all I have from my side. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I think I was also just now covered by one of the questions I wanted to raise by Honorable Kanyile regarding Umlazi Police Station, which was quite a concern for us as members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And I do appreciate that that has been raised, and perhaps if we can get clarity on that, but also a broader view on what the current status is in terms of infrastructure across all SAPS stations across the country, and what are some of the interventions. I think we haven't spoken to that. Additionally, Chairperson, it would be on the element of psychosocial support that is provided to the officials. I would have loved to have an appreciation in terms of the presentation and perhaps in the responses of what is being provided to the officials that are on duty as part of psychosocial support that is ongoing. The third item would be, and I think I didn't get a response on this, would be the interventions when it comes to reasonable accommodation and universal access. And I think the only element that we keep on, being referred to would be sign language, but there's beyond sign language when it comes to communication with persons with disabilities and reasonable accommodation to accessing services. So if we can perhaps have a view of what is SAPS intervention strategy or plan on ensuring that these services are inclusive and there's reasonable accommodation being applied. The last part, Chairperson, I did not also get a response regarding what is the overview in terms of where we are with CPF as part of supporting the efforts and the work of SAPS. Are these established in all local municipalities and local communities? Are we having any areas of concern? And what is the plan in terms of mitigating the issue of subsidizing, those who are part of the CPF when it comes to stipend in order for us to retain them, and also the necessary support and training that is being offered those who form part of those particular community structures. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke. Colleagues, I'm then going to hand over for a last round of brief answers to General Musikile. General Musikile, in coordination of the answers, please try and do it in a space of 10 minutes for us. I would like us to try and conclude by 12:45, and I want to give relevant time to the Deputy Ministers of Police to also respond. So if we can even do it under 10 minutes, I would appreciate that. Thank you, General Musikile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, those that we might miss and where we don't have readily available data because we're not anticipating the issues of the infrastructure presentation will be responded to in writing. We don't have, I don't want to commit the colleagues that are here to respond on how the infrastructure plan is standing. I did indicate it, that we do have a presentation that is done by the colleagues from supply chain management on our plans for this financial year on the allocated budget. So I will not be in the position, Chairperson, to give a account on the number of police stations that we are going to be building and so forth, including the VFRs. That particular response will be in that report. On the psychosocial support that is provided to the members, it is mandatory for the FCS members, because they are dealing with these cases, to get a psychosocial support. We do have what we call EHW, Employee Health and a department from Human Resource Management that is assisting members to deal with the trauma, and the FCS members, if I've indicated, it is mandatory, but members do have a choice if they don't want to undergo. But the members that are victims, all victims are being referred, they are receiving such a service. There were issues in the past where they will indicate that they do not trust the internal social services that we are having. So on the Polmet, Chairperson, members do have a funding that is allocated that they can see the psychologist, but all victims of crime, they do undergo the psychosocial support, and they are continuously being supported. On the issues of stipend, Chairperson, I think a Deputy Minister will talk to that. As a department, we do not give a stipend to the CPF members. However, the money that is allocated for the department in terms of the laws that will be able to account on how to utilize the money of the department, it's where we allocate fund for the CPF to get resources that enables them to undertake their responsibilities. So on the issues of the subsidies, there were processes that were undertaken that I think DM Matade or Dr. Bushiero can talk to such. On the reasonable accommodation, I think it will be coupled with the issues of the infrastructure plan that we are having as the department. Chairperson, on the follow-up on the Standard 10 case, I'm not sure, General Sibia, if we're able to get information. I'm not writing that fast. So if I were to take a call and get feedback from the police stations on specific matters, I might miss the question. But if my other colleagues have followed up on that specific case that was highlighted, Chairperson, I think we will do so. But if we don't have that information, I don't even know who to say can respond, Chairperson, because as we are sitting here, we want to make sure that we capture the questions, and where we do not have readily available information during this sitting, we will do so on the follow-up written responses. On the issues of Umlazi dilapidated building, it's part of that infrastructure plan that my colleagues will then elaborate on how far have we gone. I know there were follow-ups that were made, there were agreements that were signed to avail another place, but as I've indicated, we are having operational members, we don't have support to assist us on the issues of the infrastructure. To be specific, we do sit in all this meeting as a leadership, we should, but I don't want to speculate on the processes. If colleagues, if Chairperson, we can allow the colleagues in that space to do so. On the matters that Honorable Misho have highlighted, on the competency of the members that are in the VFRs, we'll look into this. Chairperson, I think, will have to intensify and continue to intensify, train and retrain, or send members for refreshers courses insofar as their response to GBV is concerned. Because if members do receive training and when they get to the police station there are something else, it then calls for the leadership to revisit on how often the retraining should happen of those members or the exposure, and to also give them a necessary support. Maybe some are not deliberately doing, but it's because of the challenges that they are having. On the matters on intensifying our measures to make sure that members do not perpetrate. When they perpetrate, Chairperson, they are dealt with in accordance to the applicable laws, to make sure that they account for what they have done. They are charged if they must be charged departmentally or otherwise. If they are to face cases, they do face cases. And I know, Chairperson, that you have highlighted some of the cases where members were referred back to work, which in my response I did indicated that we are intensifying the trial units to make sure that we address the issues of members. We thought it would be deterrent to charge them. Of course, it's one of those crime deterrents. If a person commits, he must be charged and face the consequences. And on the assistance, I think Honorable Shikeleng did reiterated on the assistance at the police station. Chairperson, when such is picked up, members will be held to account. General Sibia did alluded on the fact that when will the person not be able to give account if he or she is intoxicated. We can't take the case, but I think what we have to do, or what is the principle, is to keep them for a certain hours, 2 hours to be specific, so that a person can be in the position to give the statement. So the issue of sending people back at the police station is unacceptable, and it does not reflect what this department wants to see. On the issues of the firearm seizure and the program, the slides did presented the number of section 102 and 103 that the follow-ups are made on the members that have done so. But on the outstanding cases, Chairperson, again, will look into the matters of how those cases were dealt with and why the matters have not been referred. I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, General Mosekile. I then want to hand over to DM Dr. Bushielo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought you'll give to DM Matali first, but thank you very much. Let me start first by saying, Chair, we are members, before we are members of the executive, we are also members of Parliament. And we know and understand the role that we must do as the executive, because we've been members of the portfolio committees, we've been members of the chairperson of the portfolio committee and in the executive. And we know that it is the responsibility of us as the executive to come to you as the portfolio committee and be able to answer, no matter how difficult it is and what. We know that you do it in a spirit in order to assist us to be able to do our services further. So we really, really appreciate you as our chair and how you are assisting us to deal with the matter. Coming to what Honorable Kolabanat have said, I would agree with wholly that this issue of GBV&F, even if we don't want to venture into it, is a whole society matter. And I think at one stage, all of us must be able to come together and say, how do we do that? Because it happens in our homes and is done by our relatives. And sometimes it's difficult
I had in one radio station where they were asking, will you report your relative if they've done crime? And many people were saying no, they would not report. So it will be difficult to report. But if we involve our traditional leaders, if we involve our NGOs, if all of us as political parties, including you as the portfolio committees, can assist us in terms of going to our people and prevent the rape, because the police only come after it has happened. So let's prevent it before it happens. And in terms of the Toyando, I think they've explained it. We went there, we met with the traditional leader, Butovela Mpapudi, the church leaders, the school children, the MECs, and everybody in that area. And yes, we had to come out with program to say this can go on. But also, it's high time, Chair, you must lead as men. And dear Matali and the minister, you must lead as men and say, we can't do this. We don't allow this. There is one station commander in Skukuni who called men, about 200 men, and said, not in our names. And then they started programs to say, how do we deal with the issue? In terms of what Honorable Mateus was asking, it's a problem because the issue of statutory rape is a problem. In Limpopo, in 2020, between 2022 and 23 financial year, there were 22,000 minors which were pregnant, 19,000 gave birth, and 3,000 terminated. And this stay at home, members of the community see them, they don't do anything. So it's high time we also do that. But also the Bella Act have empowered us, because in the old Act, SASA Act, it was saying only the relative can do that. In the Bella Act, it says anybody, member of the community, can be able to do that. So I think we need to do that. But also be careful, because they said this was 13-year-old who gave birth in Seshego. We went there trying to mobilize and everything. The guy was arrested, and then he appeared before court, and then we're doing our DNA and everything. After 2 months, only to find that he's not the father of the child. And by that time, the community have labeled him, the family, and all other things. So sometimes we also face the issue of people not doing what they're supposed to. In terms of in terms of empathy, we are very empathetic society department, especially our minister. We even went to Lekona we could not go to the case because we arrested the suspect disappearing today. We went to Olorado case. We went to other cases where they are just that they are not broadcasted in the media, and we are not seen to be very sympathetic. We are very sympathetic to all the victims, and will make sure that we can do as much as possible to do that. Also, we are very open in terms of our report. We have the Civilian Secretariat here. You saw the report criticizing how members of police are handling the issue. And also we have IPIT, where if people are not satisfied, they can be able to do that. And also in terms of the sign language, I believe that we can do better, and we should be able to do that. But also what is also coming, which we should help each other as a whole society, is the issue of hate crime, and also the issue of mutilations, that we see it coming. So as the whole of society, we must be able to do some of these other things. But not forgetting also the budget issue. We would want to do everything at a go, but as you know, we'll always have the budget, but we will never make it an excuse not to report to you, not to do the best that we should do, not to protect our people against gender-based violence. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM Boshielo. I then go to DM Matale. Dear Matale, you're still muted.
Yeah, no, I was struggling to open my mic, and it was a bit of a difficulty. Thank you, Chair, and thanks to your co-chair and committee members for the opportunity and the engagement we have had in regarding the three issues that we're dealing with. The update on the Jayden case and the Civilian Secretariat on the Domestic Violence Act and the intensification of our fight against GBV as SAPS. And appreciate the fact that you have allowed or invited members who are from the public, others that they are directly affected by the issues that they have raised. And the issues that they have raised on the chat group, we have taken note of that. The Fluurhof police station, the Florida police station, and the treatment that members have raised. They were saying that the issues they are raising on the chat group, nobody is saying anything about it, Chair. I want to say to you and to them, we take note of the questions that are raised, including the questions raised on the chat group. It's not the responsibility of the Chair to raise these matters they have raised. It's a responsibility of all of us. That's why I'm talking about them myself, because I have a responsibility to read what is on the chat group as well, and in our response to talk about that. And clearly, there are issues that you raised in terms of the treatment that people received when they went to that police station of Florida. We will check about that specific matter, because we do know that sometimes our officers, some of our officers, I can't say all of them, they behave in a manner that is not appropriate. Instead of helping people, they will ask you several questions, sometimes irrelevant questions. We know there are such instances, and we will do what is necessary to ensure that our people are treated with respect. We are a police service, and we must continue to be a service to our people. Our people are communities within which these police stations are found. There is a question that Honorable Mthethwa raised, and which was responded to, but clearly it seems like we responded on a different matter altogether. I will, through you, Chair, request that Honorable Mthethwa give us that specific case so that we can follow it up and give an update to the committee and to himself as to what happened to that specific case. There is no case that must not be attended to. Where there are challenges, we investigate, and we are not able to make breakthrough. We must explain that we are having those difficulties. We are not going to run away from providing the necessary questions to yourselves or even to members of the public, because we must make it clear that we are not answering to the committee because we are accountable to you, but we are also accountable to members of the public. And when they come to us with whatever question, we have a responsibility to enlighten them, because we are doing the work that we are doing on their behalf. They can't, while they've sent us to work for them, and when they ask assistance, we respond in a manner that we are not being sent by them. We take note of the proposals, and I think, Chair, you will assist in this regard, the question of us having to engage public works, because some of the problems are beyond our control. The forensic laboratory in KZN, we have been handling it for a very, very long time. And up to date, we are still in a process of engagement. Yes, there is progress, but I think we can move quicker in this regard, and we'll welcome a joint sitting with the Public Works Committee and the Department of Public Works to do this. The issues of fighting crime is all our responsibilities. The issues of services that falls outside our purview, you have a responsibility to assist us in pressurizing Public Works to come to the party. The struggle to ensure that community policing forums are appropriately resourced. We have been at the forefront of this. We have been able in the past years try to squeeze out of a non-existent budget some monies that I think General Msikili spoke about to try and alleviate the pressures that CPFs are encountered in terms of tools of trade, but also the issue of remuneration or a stipend. There are provinces where CPF don't have a problem because their role have been integrated in the expanded Public Works program in the fight against crime, and as a consequence of that decision, they get stipends. We have in the 6th administration resolved that provinces must take what Limpopo, Gauteng are doing to do it in all the provinces of the Republic so that CPFs get the similar treatment throughout the country. We have made serious inroads in this regard, Chair, and we believe ultimately this is a problem that will be resolved as CPFs or other forums get integrated into the Public Works extended programs in other provinces. I think those are the issues that one could talk to Chair, and agree with members that we fully agree that I think it's Honorable Misha who's saying that victim-friendly facilities must be run by friendly members. They can be friendly facilities, but the people who are running them are not friendly. We accept that proposal, and we are quite confident that if we can do this, we will be able to deal with the problems that we are confronted with. As I said in the opening, we appreciate this moment, Chair, to interact with yourselves. It might sound that sometimes you ask us very difficult questions, and when we answer, we look like we are being defensive. We will never be defensive. We will try to answer to the best of our ability. And where we did not present the facts appropriately, and you raise it with us, like on the issue of Honorable Mtato, we will come back with detailed response to that specific case that he has. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, dear Matale. Colleagues, we are then almost exactly within time. I then close the meeting. See you all at the plenary. Have a good day.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.